Chapter 803. What? Brewer abruptly stood up from behind his large desk. Due to his large movements, the thick wooden desk was pushed forward a little. Sir, it's been confirmed. A total of 2 rank 4 Sky Knight and 6 rank 3 Earth Knights have disappeared from Warstar, the intelligence supervisor confidently said. This is a disgrace, an unprecedented disgrace. Brewer angrily paced back and forth. 2 rank 4 Sky Knight and 6 rank 3 Earth Knights had disappeared from Warstar. This was not a big deal, but these 8 knights had been recommended by the Dennis and Cotton clans. Greater nobles had more Warstar quotas than ordinary nobles, and these quotas were an important way for nobles to nurture powerful knights. Warstar had a combat environment and was the main source of cultivation resources. The environment of Warstar greatly promoted the growth of knights, and most high-grade knights had the experience of being tempered by Warstar. The Dennis and Cotton clans were also great nobles, and they had recommended many knights to Warstar over the years. It was almost impossible for 2 rank 4 Sky Knight and 6 rank 3 Earth Knights to die at the same time. Moreover, there were no signs of an insectoid invasion, and these 8 knights had taken all their personal belongings with them when they disappeared. They had also borrowed a lot of resources from other knights. From this, it could be seen that this was a premeditated operation. Combined with the situation of the Dennis and Cotton clans, Brewer was almost certain that these 8 knights had defected. In the long history of diplomatic relations between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, it was not as if there had never been knight defections. Each time, the great world of God would take the appropriate action to punish the defectors. However, this kind of operation was extremely troublesome. It required the great world of God to send a powerful knight to the Interstellar Federation as a diplomat, using the Interstellar Federation's intelligence network to find the defectors and kill them in one fell swoop. Under normal circumstances, there is only one chance for such an operation. In a world like the Interstellar Federation, a battle between a knight with diplomatic status and a defector would definitely be discovered by the authorities of the Interstellar Federation. A knight with diplomatic status could only use diplomatic immunity to escape punishment once. After using diplomatic immunity once, he would be forcibly deported from the Interstellar Federation by the Interstellar Federation. Therefore, the knights sent to the Interstellar Federation had to have enough strength to end the battle in a short amount of time. Otherwise, they would return empty-handed. In history, there have been several missions to hunt down defectors that had lasted for decades. Many batches of knight had been sent out before the mission was completed. The main reason why Knight of the Great World of God rarely defected was because of the Great World of God's attitude towards defectors, which was to hunt them down endlessly. Part of the reason the Great World of God's intelligence network in the Interstellar Federation was to find the location of defectors. Using the temptation of the holy water of youth on the nobles, a huge intelligence network was set up in the Interstellar Federation. The problem this time was that if 2 level 4 Sky Knight and 6 level 3 Earth Knight gathered together, then what kind of knight would the Great World of God have to send out to deal with them? A level 5 Temple Knight was out of the question. The Interstellar Federation would not easily allow a level 5 Temple Knight to enter the Interstellar Federation. Even if a level 5 Temple Knight went to visit the Interstellar Federation, there would be many transcendent following them. They could only move along a set route. Of course, a level 5 Temple Knight would not go to the Interstellar Federation either. This was because the laws of the world did not restrict knights below level 5, but for experts of the great world of God above level 5, the laws of the Interstellar Federation would greatly affect their strength. For a level 5 Temple Knight, the Warstar was the furthest distance they could go after leaving the great world of God. The environment of the Warstar was the intersection of the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation, and the insectoid world. The strength of a level 5 Temple Knight there would not be affected. The great world of God could only send out 2 high-level knights at most at a time, and this was the maximum range allowed by the Interstellar Federation. A high-level knight was an invincible existence in the Interstellar Federation, so it was understandable that the Interstellar Federation would do this. It was not that the Interstellar Federation could not kill a high-level knight, but the price to do so was too high. A single attack from a powerful space weapon could destroy an entire region. The Interstellar Federation would not allow too many high-level knights from the great world of God to appear in the Interstellar Federation. 2 level 4 Sky Knight was the limit. The great world of God wanted to rely on 2 level 4 Sky Knights to chase down 2 Sky Knights and 6 level 3 Earth Knights, and they had to end the battle quickly. This was rather difficult. Send a message to the Supreme Council and ask for the help of a powerful knight. Brewer calmed down and ordered in a deep voice. The Supreme Council was the highest authority in the great world of God, so they naturally would not bother them with trivial matters. However, this was related to the reputation of the great world of God. The great world of God needed to show its strength to its allies, and at the same time, deter those who took in the defectors. They had to let them know that the benefits of taking in the defectors were not proportional to the losses. The great world of God would not ask for the help of the Interstellar Federation in dealing with the defectors. This was the dignity of a powerful world, and it was not included in the agreement signed between them. The secretary on the side quickly organized the text and wrote it on a piece of parchment paper with a special letter. He then connected it to Speaker Abe's small long-distance teleportation circle. Brewer had no choice but to ask Speaker Abe for help. He could send 2 level 4 Sky Knights, but they would not be able to complete this mission. It was best to complete this mission on the first try. Otherwise, it would be more difficult for the intelligence organization to find the defectors in the future, and the defectors would have more methods to deal with them. The communication circle on Brewer's table flickered. He pulled the table back to its original position with one hand, and then activated the communication circle. Speaker Abe, I'll have to trouble you this time, Brewer said with a smile. Speaker Brewer, this is the biggest defector case in the past 100 years. I was going to send 2 of my family's Pinnacle Sky Knight, but I saw in the information that this matter is related to Duke Arthur. In that case, I'll ask Duke Arthur to do it. He has a higher chance of success than my family's Pinnacle Sky Knight, Speaker Abe said in a deep voice. Speaker Abe was speaking the truth. This kind of defector case was a mission to earn merit for the top nobles. If it were just 1 or 2 knights, he would not hesitate to send his family's Sky Knight to complete the mission and earn some merit. This was also a reasonable way for him to use his status as a speaker to obtain benefits for his family. However, it was different this time. Even if he sent 2 Pinnacle Sky Knights to the Interstellar Federation, there was no guarantee that they would be able to defeat the Sky Knight battle formation formed by 2 level 4 Night Knights and 6 level 3 Earth Knights. It was also difficult to find a powerful level 4 Sky Knight if he contacted the other top nobles. However, when Speaker Abe saw Duke Arthur's name, he immediately stopped considering other level 4 Sky Knight candidates. He was a terrifying Sky Knight who could kill a level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple, and was directly related to the defector case. Hence, it was Duke Arthur's duty to hunt down the defectors. Speaker, Duke Arthur is only a level 4 Sky Knight candidate. What about the other candidate? Brewer asked. With Duke Arthur around, do we still need other Sky Knights? Speaker Abe asked. Even the chairman of the Supreme Council knew Duke Arthur very well. Due to Duke Arthur's recent fame, it was impossible for Speaker Abe to ignore him. In particular, Lord Gert had used Duke Arthur's heartwarming lotus seed soup to unite dozens of level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple and form the strongest force in the great world of God. Fortunately, this force had just been established and had yet to truly take shape. It was just a shell. However, even then, Chairman AI Bay still felt the pressure. Perhaps he would be replaced in the next election for the chairman of the Supreme Council. Speaker Abe didn't want to lose this position, which could bring a lot of benefits to the family. At the same time, it could also unite many top nobles who shared the benefits. Hence, sending Duke Arthur to the Interstellar Federation was a good move. It would be best if Duke Arthur was killed by the defectors. However, if the mission was completed, Speaker Abe could also find a way to make Duke Arthur stay in the mission forever. Who told you to get involved in the power struggle of the great world of God? You shall become a sacrifice for power. Speaker Abe thought to himself. On the surface, Speaker Abe and Chief Counselor Brewer came up with a mission that was worth as much as 2 merit points, which formed a hunting mission jointly issued by the Supreme Council and the Council Hall. When they were formulating the mission, they even proposed to raise Duke Arthur's status in the Interstellar Federation. The status of a probationary counselor of the Supreme Council seemed inconspicuous, but according to the power structure of the great world of God, this status was on the same level as that of Lord Brewer. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the probationary counselor of the Supreme Council had the qualifications to become a top noble. As long as the conditions were met, the probationary counselor would be promoted to a top noble as long as there was a vacancy. In fact, Speaker Abe had no choice but to propose the probationary counselor. He did not want Lord Gould to know of his ill intentions towards Duke Arthur. At the same time, even if he did not give Duke Arthur the probationary counselor position, Duke Arthur would have no problem becoming a top noble with his connections among the level 5 knights. Speaker Abe was just doing Duke Arthur a favor and hiding his intention to deal with him. Even if Duke Arthur were to die, no one would think that it had anything to do with him. In order to quickly approve Duke Arthur's status as a probationary counselor, Speaker Abe took the initiative to contact more than half of the lords who were either related to him or Lord Gould. Thus, Duke Arthur received the status of a probationary counselor 2 days later. David sat in the training room and controlled Knight Mark to transmit the bloodline power that he had cultivated today into the bloodline power purification pattern. Behind Knight Mark were the other 14 level 4 Sky Knight who were waiting in line. The purified bloodline power flowed directly into David's mind space, and he could clearly feel the growth of the bloodline power in his mind space. David only cultivated twice a day, but his cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than that of an ordinary level 4 Sky Knight. Although the 6 level 5 Sanctum Knights had accelerated the consumption of cultivation energy, he did not plan to reduce the number of times the 6 level 5 Sanctum Knights cultivated. Every day, the 6 level 5 Sanctum Knights would cultivate once in the morning and once in the evening. David was not a short-sighted person. If he reduced the number of times the 6 level 5 Sanctum Knights cultivated, the remaining energy could indeed increase his own cultivation, but it would affect his speed of becoming a level 5 Sanctum Knight. Right now, the cultivation of the 6 level 5 Sanctum Knights was not only increasing the strength of the level 5 Sanctum Knights, but it was also storing the bloodline power of a level 5 Sanctum Knight for David. Once David became a level 5 Sanctum Knight, he would be able to absorb this bloodline power and increase his own strength in one fell swoop. Besides, David's current cultivation speed had almost reached the limit. If it wasn't for his powerful constitution and indestructible life force, he was worried that his body would not be able to withstand the growth of the bloodline power at this speed. Every time he finished cultivating the leopard breath breathing technique, the bloodline power would flow back from his mind space to his body and strengthen his constitution. But if it was done too many times, this kind of strengthening would turn into damage, and the body had a limit. He could ignore this limit, but he felt that his cultivation speed was enough. At this current speed, he wouldn't need much time to become a level 5 Sanctum Knight. He still hoped to slow down his advancement and use as much time as possible to let the bloodline power in his mind space become even more vigorous. The 15 level 4 Sky Knights took turns to contribute the bloodline power they cultivated. David looked at the last level 4 Sky Knight with some dissatisfaction, sighing at the lack of soul energy. If he had a bit more soul energy, he would definitely be able to resurrect a large number of level 4 Sky Knights. The bloodline power obtained through the bloodline power purification pattern wasn't the bloodline power he cultivated, but the pure bloodline power that could directly enter his mind space. Casually guiding a strand of bloodline power into the Shadow Winged Dragon's body. After a few days, the Shadow Winged Dragon was already able to grasp the innate ability invisibility. It was no longer like before, where it couldn't help but appear and disappear. Chapter 804. Master, this is the summary of the assets of Kaya Planet, Dennis Continent, and Cotton Continent. This is the summary of the assets of Bama Planet. Here are the new certificates of ownership for the 513 properties. Butler Dickens said to David as he placed a suitcase full of documents on the table. David didn't flip through the account book. Instead, he scanned the suitcase with his spirit. 96 soul doppelgangers were activated at the same time. Together with the 2 crystals in the soul space, the 96 soul doppelgangers processed the information at an unimaginable speed. After a minute, he pushed the suitcase back to Butler Dickens. Send gifts to all the great nobles that used to occupy Dennis Continent in my name. Express my gratitude to them on my behalf. David said in a deep voice. Butler Dickens was slightly startled. He thought David did not look through the information in the suitcase and did not understand the situation. He did not expect David to understand the situation and make a decision. Master, should we change the names of Dennis Continent and Cotton Continent? Butler Dickens asked with a bow. As far as Dickens was concerned, the Dennis Continent and the Cotton Continent already belonged to the Luce family, but they were still using the original names of other families. No need. It's more meaningful to keep the original names, David said with a smile. A look of realization appeared on Dickens' face. The names of these 2 continents were to highlight Duke Arthur's achievements. He had single-handedly obtained a planet on Gammy Star, 2 continents on Kaya Star, and a large territory on Bama Star in a short period of time. A duke like this had to be remembered in various ways. You've done a great job. You've taken over all the territories and properties without the support of a knight, David said to Butler Dickens with a nod. Dickens had been very busy these past few days. He had handled the takeover of all the territories and 513 industries quickly and well. Master, your name is more powerful than any knight's. There was no resistance at all, Butler Dickens said excitedly. Being in the service of a powerful noble, Dickens truly felt what it meant to serve a powerful noble. After David handed over all the work to him, he immediately found some friends he knew in the past and recruited a group of experienced managers through various connections. Steward Dickens used these stewards to take over 513 properties from various planets. Before taking over, Steward Dickens was worried that there would be trouble, so he was prepared to provide support at any time. However, things went beyond his expectations. After hearing that Duke Arthur was taking over their businesses, none of the 513 businesses resisted. They all took the initiative to cooperate. Part of the 513 industries was to earn profits, while the other part was to gather information. Of course, the managers knew how powerful Duke Arthur was. The Dennis family was destroyed by Duke Arthur, and they didn't want to be destroyed along with the Dennis family. To be able to follow a powerful master like Duke Arthur, the managers of the 513 properties were overjoyed. Before they were accepted, these stewards were still worried about their future. Without the protection of great nobles, it would be difficult for simple merchants to survive. Steward Dickens went to a few of the territories personally. His work was very easy. Before he went, someone had contacted him and sent him detailed statistics of the territories. His job was to lead the managers to take over each position. The work that Steward Dickens thought would take at least a few months to complete was completed in a few days. Of course, Steward Dickens knew that this wasn't because he was powerful, but because he had the terrifying reputation of Duke Arthur behind him. No noble was willing to be enemies with Duke Arthur. Master, can you arrange your knight to each territory? Although the territories have been taken over, we lack knight guards, Steward Dickens said with a bow. David frowned. He knew the situation of the rank 4 Sky Knight beside him very well. Although these rank 4 Sky Knight looked normal on the surface, they were still unable to hold their own in the current situation. There was no problem in having them fight, but it was unrealistic to have them guard the territories. Not to mention, David still needed these rank 4 Sky Knight to provide him with bloodline power. This was related to his training. Steward Dickens, go recruit some knights. It doesn't matter if they are strong. The most important thing is that they are reliable. Have these knights guard the territories. David ordered in a deep voice. Yes, master. Stewart Dickens didn't understand David's thoughts, but he could only bow and respond. Recruiting knights was something that many nobles with extra resources did. These nobles usually suddenly rose to power and occupied large amounts of resources, but lacked knights to protect them. Even the top nobles would recruit some knights and use the extra resources to increase the family strength. However, David didn't want the knights to be strong. The knights guarding the territories only needed to show the existence of the loose family in the territories. As for powerful knights attacking the territories, with the deterrence of David's current reputation, no one would dare to do so. Stewart Dickens had been the Duke's steward for many years, so he naturally had channels in this area. The best targets were the second sons of some small noble families. Not all nobles had the resources to train many knights. Small nobles would generally concentrate their resources on their eldest son, who would inherit the title and all the properties. The second son of a minor noble would be given a sum of divine gold coins after he became a knight to find a way to make a living. David didn't intend to care about these things. His current energy was focused on training. With so many properties suddenly appearing in his family, he would at most provide some military support. He left the rest to Stewart Dickens. While they were talking, David suddenly sensed a teleportation request from the teleportation control card. It was from Brewer, who had just visited him last time. David immediately agreed to President Brewer's teleportation request. He waved his hand to Butler Dickens, signaling the end of the conversation, and stood up. Just like last time, David stood at the entrance of the castle with Stewart Dickens. However, to his surprise, Chief Assembly Speaker Brewer came alone this time. He didn't even bring an alchemy carriage with him. Instead, he rode a flying mount to the Tower of Dusk. Duke Arthur, I'm sorry to disturb you. Chief Assembly Speaker Brewer jumped down from his flying mount, put away his flying mount, and bowed. It's my pleasure, Brewer. David smiled and bowed back. It was still the same reception room. David and Brewer took their seats as guests and hosts. Congratulations, Duke Arthur. Brewer first congratulated David after taking his seat. What's the good news? David was a little puzzled by Brewer's congratulation. He did have a lot of good news recently. However, Brewer was the one who announced the acquisition of the territory. Why was he congratulating him again? The Supreme Council has just approved your proposal to become a probationary member of the Supreme Council. You are now a probationary member and qualified to attend the Supreme Council. Brewer congratulated enviously. Even Brewer himself didn't have the authority to attend the Supreme Council. All the official members of the Supreme Council were made up of the lords of the top nobles. Even the probationary members were qualified to be members of the Supreme Council. Currently, Duke Arthur was the only probationary member of the Supreme Council. This meant that David's status in the great world of God had truly reached the highest level. Although it was just a step, it was enough to make David's status completely different from before. Now, it all depended on when David would break through to a level 5 Temple Knight and become an official member of the Supreme Council. That would also mean that Duke Arthur had officially become a top noble. That was the reason why Brewer didn't bring anyone with him to visit David this time. At this time, David's political status was on par with his, or even slightly higher. The main reason was that David's political potential was that he was a member of the Supreme Council and one of the most powerful people in the great world of God. Why is there such a proposal? David was taken aback. He knew that many nobles wanted to be qualified, but they had to pay a huge price to get half of the lords to agree. In fact, if it weren't for Speaker Abe's initiative, the lords who supported David and Speaker Abe's own forces wouldn't have been able to get the proposal passed so easily. The old forces of the Supreme Council, Speaker Abe's forces, and the new forces of the Supreme Council, as well as Gould's forces, combined their influence. As long as it didn't affect their own interests, no one would dare to oppose a proposal that was agreed upon by the two forces at the same time, without risking offending them. Besides, the proposal involved Duke Arthur, a top genius in the great world of God, who was a terrifying existence that could threaten a level 5 Temple Knight as a level 4 Sky Knight. Compared to offending the two forces, the lords didn't want to get into a conflict with Duke Arthur. Duke Arthur, There are conditions for this proposal to pass. You have to accept an assassination mission. Brewer revealed the real purpose of his visit. I'd like to see the details of the mission. David didn't dare to accept the mission rashly. He had to analyze the pros and cons before deciding whether to accept a mission that required him to become a reserve member of the Supreme Council. He really didn't care much about becoming a reserve member of the Supreme Council. When he became a level 5 Temple Knight, he would definitely have the ability to become an official member of the Supreme Council and a top noble. Becoming a reserve member of the Supreme Council now was just a preemptive opportunity. Brewer was also prepared. He placed a document in front of David. David flipped through the document and couldn't help but be stunned. This matter really did have something to do with him. After he annihilated the Dennis family, the level 4 Sky Knight of the Dennis family, who was originally on the War Star, didn't dare to make a move. The annihilation of his family made him extremely resentful. After David killed all the high-ranking knights of the Cotton family, the level 4 Sky Knight of the Cotton family and the level 4 Sky Knight of the Dennis family joined forces and led the 6 level 3 Earth Knights of the two families on the War Star to defect to an organization familiar with the Interstellar Federation. They used this organization's channel to successfully defect. The reason why the 2 level 4 Sky Knight decided to defect was mainly because of the exaggerated rumors. David had been demonized by the Knights of the War Star. It was rumored that no matter who his enemy was, no matter where they were, he would kill them. The rumors added a series of names of knights and nobles to make the rumors even more true. On one hand, the 2 level 4 Sky Knight were motivated by hatred, but on the other hand, they were scared. This was why they chose the craziest and safest method, which was to defect to the Interstellar Federation. With the strength of 2 level 4 Sky Knight and 6 level 3 Earth Knights, as long as they could resist the pursuit of the great world of God, they would be able to live a stable life in the Interstellar Federation. I accept the mission, David said helplessly. To be honest, David didn't want to accept this mission at all. 2 level 4 Sky Knight and 6 level 3 Earth Knights weren't worth wasting so much time and traveling across 2 worlds to hunt them down. What David wanted was to return to the Interstellar Federation, which would give him a legitimate reason to return home. Duke Arthur, you can only go alone this time. Don't bring your Sky Knight subordinates. They won't be able to pass the inspection of the Interstellar Federation's portal. The Interstellar Federation will only allow 2 level 4 Sky Knights to enter. Brewer reminded him with a smile when he heard that David had accepted the mission. Thank you for the reminder. But how do I find a defected knight in the Interstellar Federation? David didn't believe that the great world of God didn't have any methods to track down defectors. Brewer didn't know about his other identity in the Interstellar Federation, nor did he know that he had a huge intelligence network in the Interstellar Federation. Duke Arthur, you used to live in the Interstellar Federation. You can find the defectors through your own methods, or you can seek help from our intelligence network in the Interstellar Federation. The person in charge of the Interstellar Federation's intelligence network is Baron Devold. This is his contact information. You can contact him at any time. When you arrive at Planet Battlestar, a diplomat will pick you up and apply for your diplomatic status in the Interstellar Federation. You will enjoy the diplomatic immunity of the Interstellar Federation. This diplomatic immunity can only exempt you from the crime of assault once, so you only have one chance to make a move. I hope you'll be careful when you make a move. Chief Assembly Brewer paused abruptly. He couldn't help but pat his own head. Who was this? This was a powerful existence that could assassinate a level 5 knight of the Holy Temple. It was very likely that Duke Arthur didn't even need to use his diplomatic immunity to complete the mission. Out of habit, Brewer introduced all the things that David needed to pay attention to. After that, he explained the importance of this mission to David. This mission was related to the dignity of the great divine world. Chapter 805. David didn't have to explain much about his family. He put the 15 level 4 Sky Knight and the 6 level 5 Knight into the Shadow Attendant's summoning ring. Perhaps for others, it was basically impossible to hide the knight in the summoning ring from the scanning device of the Interstellar Federation, but David could use the Shadow Attendant to avoid the scanning device and smuggle the Knights into the Interstellar Federation. Although his current strength was pretty good, his greatest strength was still in the hands of the 6 Temple Knights of the 5th rank. David didn't have to worry about being bullied by his family. If anyone dared to touch his family, they would have to consider his revenge as long as he didn't die. Of course, another reason for taking the Knights away was that it would be best for them not to be too far away from him. If they were to be away from him for a long time, he would be worried that someone would notice the abnormality of the Knights. On the surface, David appeared to be alone, but when he entered the planetary-level portal on planet Gamma, he was already in the huge portal on planet Tula. Captain Norbert pays his respects to the Honorable Duke Arthur. As soon as David walked out of the portal, an Earth Knight in level 3 knight armor approached him and bowed. Greetings to the Honorable Duke Arthur. There were 12 official knights behind the Earth Knight, all of whom were wearing gorgeous level 2 knight armor. When the Earth Knight bowed, they bowed in agreement as well. David bowed in return, and then waved his hand to get the knight to stand up straight. David was going to the Interstellar Federation as a probationary member of the Supreme Council, so he naturally had to put on a show, which was not something that a duke like him could do as he had just been promoted. Fortunately, the Supreme Council and the Council Hall were also aware of his situation, which was why the team of knights had appeared. Of course, the knight wasn't the only party. Under the lead of Captain Norbert, David arrived at the galactic flying ship, docked not far from the portal. The galactic flying ship was another part of the party. All of the crew members and attendants on the interstellar flying ship were professionally trained personnel. They also had plenty of experience traveling to the Interstellar Federation. In addition, the Starry Sky flying ship was equipped with an alchemy carriage and a full set of daily necessities that matched David's status as a duke. Normally speaking, even the other nobles wouldn't use their own galactic flying ship when they were visiting the Interstellar Federation. It was much more convenient and less problematic to use the official one. Any problems in the Interstellar Federation would not affect the dignity of the nobles, but the dignity of the great world of God. The cabin door of the galactic flying ship opened, and a red carpet was laid out from the cabin door all the way to David's feet. The servants inside quickly walked out and stood on both sides of the red carpet, bowing to welcome their master, David. David didn't care about ostentation, but this kind of diplomatic ostentation was still necessary. Although they were still in the great world of God, the necessary etiquette wouldn't be reduced. He nodded and walked onto the red carpet under the lead of Captain Norbert and entered the galactic flying ship. The galactic flying ship was only slightly less luxurious than the Lord-class flying ship, but was still much better than the ordinary galactic flying ship. After arriving at the main cabin, Captain Norbert bowed and asked, "Duke Arthur, do we set sail?" Captain Norbert served in the meeting hall and was involved in diplomatic missions all year round. He and his subordinates were very weak, but the Interstellar Federation couldn't send out powerful knights. Therefore, only the captain was an Earth Knight, and the rest were all rank 2 knights. It was perfect for this group of knights. Captain Norbert had heard of Duke Arthur's name long ago and was extremely respectful of this terrifyingly powerful duke. "Let's go," David ordered. "Yes, Duke Arthur," Captain Norbert replied loudly. His every move was done with perfect etiquette. He didn't want to anger Duke Arthur because of this. At the same time, he had already instructed all the servants on the galactic flying ship. The galactic flying ship flew into space from the ground. The huge cabin was as light as a swallow. David sat in the main cabin and spread out his consciousness to scan the entire galactic flying ship. This was already a habit of his. It was the result of countless dangerous experiences. In just a few seconds, David retracted his consciousness. All the servants and knight on the galactic flying ship were scanned by his consciousness. He realized that the thoughts of the servants were very complicated. Although David didn't sense any obvious malicious intent, he understood that there were probably some spies of unknown forces among the servants on the Starry Sky flying ship used for diplomatic purposes. There might even be spies from the meeting hall among them. He didn't care about these spies. To be honest, once he made a move, these spies wouldn't know. It took 3 days to travel from Tula Star. This was also the buffer zone between the War Zone and the Interstellar Federation. Last time, it was during this journey that the starry sky flying ship that David was on encountered the believers of the evil god. Part of Captain Norbert's mission was to prevent the believers of the evil god from attacking the galactic flying ship. During these 3 days, David didn't train. He only played with the Shadow Pterosaur to build up their chemistry. He also used his bloodline power to strengthen the Shadow Pterosaur's body. After 3 days, Captain Norbert carefully reported, "Duke Arthur, the Guardian planet, is in front." After 3 days, Captain Norbert found that David wasn't hard to get along with, but the fear in his heart didn't decrease at all. "We're finally here." David stood up and walked to the window as he looked at the planet in the distance. It was a lonely planet. It was also the great world of God's last line of defense against the Interstellar Federation. Just as the galactic flying ship approached the Guardian planet, a powerful aura swept by. Captain Norbert quickly stood up and bowed. David knew that it was the Level 5 knight from the Guardian planet inspecting the galactic flying ship. He also bowed slightly as a noble. A cry of surprise was heard, and then a figure quickly rose from the Guardian planet and flew out of the galactic flying ship at a terrifying speed. "Open the hatch." David turned to Captain Norbert and ordered. David also straightened his clothes. This was a sign of respect for the 5th-level Temple Knight who was guarding the border. Guarding the line of defense for a divine macro world on such a remote planet was worthy of his respect. Captain Norbert naturally understood that this was a visit from a Level 5 knight, so he immediately led the other knights to welcome him. This was what they were best at. "Nelson Temple Knight greets Duke Arthur. Sorry for disturbing you." The Level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple walked into the main cabin. He didn't greet Norbert as he smiled and bowed as soon as he entered the main cabin. The Level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple came using an energy avatar, but his every move was like a normal body. He treated David as an equal and showed his respect. "Hello, knight from the Nelson Temple. Please have a seat." David stood up and returned the greeting with a smile. "I've heard of your reputation. When I saw you just now, I couldn't help but come and meet you." The Level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple said with a smile after sitting down. "What reputation? It's just some bad reputation." David laughed self-deprecatingly. "What bad reputation? If a knight doesn't fight back when he's bullied, what kind of knight is he?" Many knights nowadays have forgotten the beliefs of knights. The Level 5 knight from a Nelson Temple glanced at Captain Norbert with disdain. Captain Norbert almost couldn't stand still. Why was he being dragged into the conversation between these two big shots? "Although I've killed a lot of people, I've never provoked anyone," David said with a laugh. All this time, David had never taken the initiative to kill people. Even if he became stronger through the shadow attendant absorbing souls, he didn't kill people for souls. With his strength, slaughtering a few planets' worth of humans would be enough for him to increase the strength of his soul and overcome the bottleneck of his spirit. However, David had never done that. He maintained a bottom line, a standard of morality. The words of the Level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple were very much to David's liking. David wanted to befriend him. David waved his hand, and 2 wine glasses appeared. A bottle of red wine appeared in his hand. "Today is the first time I've met a knight from the Nelson Temple, so I don't have anything to offer you. Let me borrow a glass of red wine to show my respect." David said, "Is this the best wine in the world?" The eyes of the Level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple lit up. He took a sniff of the wine glass and asked. Even though the Level 5 knight was on the Guardian planet, he could still get the latest information about the great world of God through the communication circle. How could he not have heard of the top red wine that ranked first among the aristocrats of the great world of gods? It was just that the Guardian planet was very special. There were no portals on the Guardian planet. Coupled with his duty, he couldn't taste the best wine in the world, even though he loved wine. He took out a small item, long-distance teleportation circle and sent the wine glass to his body. After a minute, the small item long-distance teleportation circle flashed, and the empty wine glass was sent back. The Level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple had a look of enjoyment on his face. This was the first time he had tasted wine of this grade. The best wine in the world truly lives up to its name. The level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple looked at David and praised. I just casually brewed it. If you like it, I have 2 bottles here. You can take them and appraise them. David saw through the thoughts of the level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple and smiled as he took out 2 bottles of red wine and pushed them over. Great. From today onwards, you and I are friends. The level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple was also overjoyed. It's my pleasure, David said with a smile. It's a pity that Dexter is training. He'll regret it to death. The level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple said with a little pride. Dexter was the level 5 knight from the Guardian planet. The 2 of them took turns to be on duty. Today, it was the level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple who was on duty. David had a mission, and the level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple also needed to be on duty, so this conversation didn't last long. However, in this short time, the 2 of them became friends. Captain Norbert watched as David and the level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple got to know each other. He could truly feel how powerful David was. This wasn't just because of his title as a duke and his status as a reserve member of the Supreme Council, but also because he had killed a level 5 knight twice. Only someone like this could get someone as powerful as the level 5 knight from the Nelson Temple to take the initiative to befriend him. After passing by the Guardian planet, they soon saw a black and white world in front of them. It was like a transparent wall separating the 2 worlds. The starship entered the black and white world. The world spun and soon stabilized. David saw a red planet. This was the war star he was extremely familiar with. He then felt that his bloodline power was slightly affected, but the effect wasn't great. Instead, it was the transcendent power that had been suppressed by his bloodline power that showed signs of activity. David could clearly feel the influence of the world on the energy in his body. The war star was a special place. The war star was the center of the intersection between the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation, and the insectoid world. The laws of the 3 worlds all had an effect on the war star. This allowed the knight, transcendent, and insectoids to display their full strength in the war star, and the effects of the world suppression on them were extremely weak. Of course, the suppression of the world's power had very little effect on the transcendent. For example, David's transcendent power was somewhat suppressed in the great world of God, but he could still display almost all of its power. This was because the transcendent power was too weak. The strongest transcendent power could barely reach the bloodline power of a level 3 Earth Knight. The great world of God's influence on the transcendent power was minimal. The stronger the power, the more it would be suppressed by the world's power. Captain Norbert was experienced. He bowed and reported to the war star. Duke Arthur, the war star will still be empty for some time. Please wait for a while. How could David not be familiar with the Worcester situation? The war star was currently shrouded in red, so it was impossible for them to land. They could only wait for the red substance to disperse before the starship could approach. I'll leave it to you. David nodded as he looked at the war star. After a year, he had returned. He had the urge to take out his identity bracelet and contact his subordinates. But when he thought about his current status, he restrained himself. The first place David needed to go was the headquarters of the intelligence organization, which was the war star. Moreover, the diplomat who had come to receive him would be waiting for him on the war star. The color of the war star changed, and the red quickly faded. The entire planet turned from red to white in a very short amount of time. Without needing David's order, Captain Norbert gave the order, and the starship quickly descended toward the war star. David sensed the state of the starship's flight. After entering the war star's atmosphere, the starship did not show any abnormalities. Chapter 806. David remembered the first time he entered the war star. He was on the military's Wings of Death assault ship. After entering the war star, the Wings of Death's engine power was reduced by 80%, causing the engines of the Wings of Death to emit an unpleasant roar. The great world of God's technology was far inferior to the Interstellar Federation's, yet the galactic flying ship was not affected by the war star at all. It had to be said that each civilization had their own advantages. Of course, the current David was no longer the Kaji who had just been recruited. Even if he left the galactic flying ship, he could fly freely on the Warstar. The galactic flying ship chose to land at the back of the Warstar's battlefront, which was relatively safe. During the descent, the galactic flying ship did not encounter any attacks from the Zerg and landed safely in front of castle. In front of the castle, Baron Devold stood in front of it in his most exquisite and luxurious robe. Beside him were his loyal butler and 4 official knights. Although this was a dangerous Warstar, it was far away from the battlefront, so the danger was very low. The 4 official knights were enough to deal with the occasional low-level Zerg. "Master, are you okay?" The butler saw Baron Devold's body tremble slightly and asked softly. Baron Devold shook his head slightly. On his old face, his eagle-like eyes were extremely spirited. This time, he was welcoming a truly important person. Whether it was in terms of strength or status, this was the most important person he had ever met in his life. Baron Devold was very excited. As the head of intelligence, there was a huge gap between him and someone like Duke Arthur. If it wasn't for this mission, he might not even have the right to meet Duke Arthur. According to the information from the great world of God, this Duke Arthur was extremely powerful. The greater nobles avoided him, and even the top nobles had to be careful when dealing with him. Although Duke Arthur was only a probationary member of the Supreme Council, his status was not lower than that of the lords. For Baron Devold, Duke Arthur's status was so high that he could decide his fate with just one word. After seeing the starry sky flying ship land, Baron Devold's old body seemed to have regained its youth. He quickly walked to the door and bowed. The cabin door opened, and Captain Norbert walked out, followed by 12 official knights. The dazzling knight armor made a crisp sound as they moved. "Greetings, Duke Arthur," Captain Norbert said loudly. The 12 knights bowed. David walked out of the cabin door helplessly. He was still not used to this kind of extravagance. Although he also had his own honor guard when he was in the great world of God, it was still a far cry from this diplomatic honor guard. In the end, David's own foundation was too weak. Although he had made up for it over a period of time, he was still completely unqualified in the aspect of honor. "Honorable Duke Arthur, please come in and rest." Baron Devold bowed respectfully and said. David looked at Baron Devold. Memories were rolling in his mind. Who would have thought that the leader of the intelligence organization who tried to assassinate him back then was now as lowly as an ant? David didn't hold a grudge. Baron Devold was very tactful. He took out a shining spear as compensation and ended the grudge between them. In fact, Baron Devold didn't think that his decision back then was so correct. Even if he could escape David's pursuit back then, it would only take David a single thought to kill him now. "Baron Devold, did you find out about the defectors?" David asked Baron Devold as he walked. "Honorable Duke, my men are doing their best to investigate. They still need some time. Please forgive me." Baron Devold lowered his body even more. "Hurry up. Contact me through the communication circle as soon as you have any news," David said as he took out a piece of parchment that recorded the data of his communication circle and handed it to Baron Devold. Baron Devold bowed and took the parchment with both hands. His expression was extremely excited. This was the right to directly contact Duke Arthur. David had his own considerations for giving his communication circle to Baron Devold. The great world of God's intelligence organization in the Interstellar Federation wasn't particularly valued in the great world of God. Only the 5 shrines and the Supreme Council needed to know about the Interstellar Federation's information, which was why they supported the existence of such an intelligence organization. This intelligence organization was stationed in the Interstellar Federation all year round. The noble with noble status was not willing to manage this organization that didn't have much influence in the great world of God. Baron Devold was a talent. He used his limited resources, especially the undying holy water, a special resource supported by the shrines, to establish a huge intelligence network throughout the Interstellar Federation. David had his own intelligence organization in the Interstellar Federation, but having an additional intelligence organization to support him was also beneficial for his actions in the Interstellar Federation. especially since he had the military identity of General David in the Interstellar Federation, as well as a large amount of assets. He might need Baron Devold's help in the future. Honorable Duke, please take a rest. Earl Brooks and Ambassador Cameron are on their way. Baron Devold didn't dare to sit down and chat with David. He invited David to the main seat and said with a bow. After David came to the Interstellar Federation, the first person he notified was Baron Devold. He also went straight to Baron Devold's place. Baron Devold was responsible for notifying the diplomats. David didn't expect the diplomat to be an old acquaintance. Sit down, don't be too restrained. David smiled and pointed at the seat on the side. He had a good impression of Baron Devold. This person was capable, resourceful, and tactful. Thank you, Honorable Duke, for giving me a seat. Baron Devold seemed to have forgotten that this was his castle. He bowed and thanked Abel before sitting down. I've heard that you're doing well here. In the future, I might need your help with some private information. The reward is that if you run into any trouble, you can contact me. David said indifferently. Baron Devold was delighted. It was very difficult for him to be in this position. In the Interstellar Federation, he had great authority and could control the life and death of many people. However, in the eyes of the nobles in the great world of God, he was still a small noble. A noble who didn't have the strength of a high-order knight was not worthy of being in the Grand Hall. On the War Star, almost all the Trial Knights' families were very powerful. At the very least, they were much more powerful than Baron Devold. This made him very careful in everything he did on the War Star, afraid of offending people. If it weren't for Baron Devold having connections from both sides, he wouldn't have been able to stay in this position. Baron Devold was very smart. He heard the hidden meaning in David's words. This terrifyingly powerful Duke was trying to recruit him. Your Excellency Duke, Baron Devold, is willing to serve you. Baron Devold stood up and walked solemnly in front of David. He performed a complicated ceremony and knelt heavily in front of David. This was a ceremony of allegiance. This ceremony was used to show one's determination to serve. David accepted Baron Devold's bow and reached out to help Devold up. This is my badge. Keep it well. David took out a badge with the shadow leopard's coat of arms from his dimensional pendant and handed it to Baron Devold. Baron Devold excitedly took the badge. This badge represented Duke Arthur's identity. With Duke Arthur's deterrence, as long as Baron Devold didn't provoke others, no one would dare to threaten him. Investigate the Tordo Fund for me. Also, send me all the information you have on David. David ordered in a deep voice. Please wait a moment. I'll send it to you right away. Baron Devold didn't hesitate and immediately responded. No matter what information David needed, as long as it was about the Interstellar Federation, he could get it. The intelligence organization had also been paying attention to the Tordo Fund and David's information. Major General David, the Federation war god, hadn't appeared for a year, but his influence hadn't decreased at all. This kind of person with great influence in the Interstellar Federation was the focus of the intelligence organization. Although they were warned by the rank 4 Sky Knight, Baron Du Bois, not to conduct an in-depth investigation on David, ordinary information was still being collected. David only waited for 2 minutes before Baron Devold ran over with a stack of information. In order to cater to the habits of the great world of God, Baron Devold had a group of people convert the electronic information into paper for the nobles of the great world of God to see. David took the information and flipped it open. The first thing he saw was the Tordo Fund. The Tordo Fund development was very good. It had already recruited 4 Transcendent to stabilize its original assets. David also didn't want the Tordo Fund to expand. Because David forcefully took over the Tordo Fund, the Tordo Fund's vitality was greatly damaged. Although David didn't think too much about wealth, he was still very happy to see that his family's assets were fine. He then flipped to the information about himself. The information ended after he left. Baron Devold, is there no information about David in the past year? David asked Baron Devold. Duke, actually, there are some speculations about General David that haven't been confirmed, so it wasn't recorded in the information. Baron Devold hesitated for a moment before he said, It doesn't matter. Just tell me your speculations. David said with a wave of his hand. General David is most likely related to President Lewis's death. General David is most likely hiding somewhere, waiting for the news of President Lewis's death to blow over. Baron Devold said after thinking for a moment. David felt that it was normal for Baron Devold to have such speculations. His style of doing things in the Interstellar Federation was very straightforward. If he had a grudge, he would directly assassinate. Many generals had died in his hands. Many people with high status in the Interstellar Federation knew about this. With the intelligence organization in Baron Devold's hands, it was not surprising that he knew about it. In addition, news from the military said that Grand Marshal Andre removed all of General David's positions. He is directly under the command of Grand Marshal Andre. It should be Grand Marshal Andre protecting General David. Baron Devold continued. David couldn't help but shake his head. After hearing this information, he understood that there must be a spy from the great world of God in the upper echelons of the military. However, he wasn't interested in the intelligence war between the two worlds at all. From the general direction, these spies couldn't shake the alliance between the two worlds at all. Okay, I'm very satisfied with the information. David waved his hand and used his mental energy to scan Baron Devold. He couldn't help but frown. How could your body be so weak? Through his mental energy, he could tell that Baron Devold's body was severely injured. Although he had the strength of an official knight, he could sense that Baron Devold was almost unable to stabilize his realm as an official knight. Baron Devold was not surprised that David could see through his body, so he bowed and replied, Your Excellency, the environment of the War Star is rather dangerous. I have been injured many times here, and although I have medicine to treat them, there are still some hidden dangers left in my body. In the environment of the War Star, Baron Devold was in the rear and was still ambushed by some insectoids. His fighting strength wasn't very high, and after being injured so many times, even with the healing medicine of the great world of God and the healing medicine of the unaging holy water, his bloodline power was still affected, causing his body to grow weaker and weaker. The healing medicine and the unaging holy water could both treat injuries, but the bloodline power source could not. Even the genetic repair pods of the Interstellar Federation could not work on the bloodline power source. Drink this bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup. David scanned his spatial pendant with his mind, and a small bowl appeared in his hand. He handed it to Baron Devold. When Baron Devold saw the heartwarming lotus seed soup, he was stunned. If one had to ask what Duke Arthur was most famous for, it wouldn't be the best red wine in the world, but the heartwarming lotus seed soup. This was because no matter how delicious the red wine was, it was just a form of enjoyment. It couldn't compare to the heartwarming lotus seed soup, which was considered a divine medicine for a level 5 Holy Temple Knight. Baron Devold didn't think that David would give him the heartwarming lotus seed soup, and he was extremely moved. Besides David, who still had some heartwarming lotus seed soup, the rest was monopolized by the level 5 Holy Temple Knight and distributed by Lord Gould. This caused the heartwarming lotus seed soup to reach the level of a divine medicine among the nobles of the great world of God. The heartwarming lotus seed soup had evolved from a dessert to a super medicine. Baron Devold picked up the heartwarming lotus seed soup and poured it into his mouth. The heartwarming lotus seed soup that David added with the undying life force had a healing effect that was better than any other healing potion in the world. Even if it was just a tiny bit of undying life force, it was still a precious energy that even the gods valued. Baron Devold felt a warm current surging in his body. His old injuries instantly disappeared under the impact of this warm current. Then he felt the vitality of youth, which he hadn't felt for many years. Chapter 807. Your Excellency, Baron Devold, is at your service. Baron Devold bowed deeply and said gratefully. Inside Baron Devold's old body, a youthful vigor surged. The injuries he had suffered from many battles and exhaustion had all disappeared under the effects of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. How could Baron Devold not know how precious the heartwarming lotus seed soup was? It was no wonder the level 5 knight of the Holy Temple had gone crazy over it. "Work hard and find the traitor as soon as possible," David said as he lifted Baron Devold up. "Your Excellency, Earl Brooks has already arrived outside the castle." The butler walked in and reported with a bow. "Your Excellency, I'll go welcome Earl Brooks and bring him to see you," Baron Devold said with a bow. With Earl Brooks' status, even if he was the administrator of Planet Warstar and the highest-ranking officer of the great world of God on Planet Warstar, it was not Duke Arthur's turn to welcome him. Baron Devold was the master and a low-ranking baron, so he naturally needed to personally welcome him. David would not break this rule, but when he saw the situation outside the castle through the eyes of the shadow attendant, he still stood up. "Let's go together. I see an old friend," David said with a smile. Outside the castle, Earl Brooks did not bring any guards this time and only came with Ambassador Cammon. "How could I dare to trouble Your Excellency Duke Arthur to personally welcome me?" Earl Brooks hurriedly bowed when he saw David. "Welcome, Earl Brooks." David smiled and saluted back. Then he turned to look at Ambassador Cammon, who was saluting him. He stepped forward and helped Ambassador Cammon up. "Ambassador Cammon, we haven't seen each other for nearly a year." Ambassador Cammon looked at David with an unreadable expression. A year ago, he had sent David to the great world of God. At the time, David was just a genius researcher who had not come into contact with the cultivation of night and was preparing to inherit a fallen baron family. In that year, Ambassador Cammon had constantly heard news about David. He could not believe that the person in the rumors was the Arthur he knew. Even though the names were the same and the information in the reports was the same, Ambassador Cammon still could not believe it. Until today, when he saw the smiling David in front of him, he felt like a lifetime had passed. "Your Excellency, Duke Arthur, your achievements are unmatched," Ambassador Cammon said with emotion. They walked into the hall and took their seats. Earl Brooks smiled and said, "Duke in Cammons' hands, I prepared a welcome banquet of the Warstar. Your Excellency, Your Grace." As Earl Brooks spoke, he secretly shot a glance at Ambassador Cammon, asking for his help in persuading Arthur. "That's right, Duke Arthur. Many of the nobles of Warstar worship your accomplishments. If you have time, let's get together." Ambassador Cammon and Earl Brooks were one in the Interstellar Federation and the other in Warstar, so they had a very close relationship. He naturally would not refuse such a casual invitation. David also understood that this banquet was a habit of the nobles of the great world of God. It was an important part of their social life. In any case, they still had not found a location of the defector, so a day's delay was not a big deal. The nobles of Warstar were all elites of the great world of God, so it would be good to get to know them. Seeing that David had agreed to attend the banquet, Earl Brooks was excited. Duke Arthur was a legend of the great world of God and a reserve member of the Supreme Council. He was the highest-ranking person to have visited Warstar in the past few decades. Earl Brooks had come to visit David precisely to invite David to attend the banquet. Even without this reason, he still had to meet David due to David's status. Earl Brooks did not stay for long and quickly left. He needed to make preparations for the banquet tonight. David had 2 hours to rest, but the shadow pterosaur on his shoulder became active. It removed its invisibility state and rubbed its head against him. David smiled and took out a piece of level 3 strengthened meat. He placed it in front of the shadow pterosaur's mouth, and the shadow pterosaur took a bite. "Your Excellency, is this your flying mount?" Baron Devold, who was next to David, saw the shadow pterosaur suddenly appear and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Yes, it's still very small," David replied with a smile. "Your Excellency, Warstar is a little special, so it's best if you don't let your flying mount fly." Although according to the agreement, the level 5 insectoids won't kill a level 4 Sky Knight, a level 4 Sky Knight's flying mount is a favorite target of the level 5 insectoids, Baron Devold softly reminded. Hearing this, David stared blankly. He also recalled that there seemed to be such a saying. At that time, Baron Du Bois almost never used his flying mount in battle. Every time he used it, he would quickly put it away. This was completely different from the level 4 Sky Knight in the great world of God. In the great world of God, a level 4 Sky Knight would use every opportunity to ride a flying mount. This wasn't just for convenience, but also to increase their compatibility with their flying mount. A level 5 insectoid would not casually attack a level 4 Sky Knight. This was Warstar, and the complex energy composition of Warstar meant that level 5 energy could trigger a special energy explosion here. The consequences were not something any level 5 expert could endure. Thus, the three worlds had reached an agreement a long time ago. Of course, this agreement was mainly between the great world of God and the insectoids. Both the great world of God and the insectoids had level 5 experts, and the agreement restricted these level 5 experts from using level 5 energy on Warstar. This level 5 energy was the bloodline power of a level 5 Temple Knight and the transcendent energy of a level 5 insectoid. If this level 5 energy was used in this space where the three worlds intersected, it was extremely easy to trigger a complex energy explosion that would threaten the level 5 expert and the entire Warstar. The Interstellar Federation did not have a level 5 expert, and the agreement was only a guarantee in case a level 5 expert appeared in the Interstellar Federation in the future. It must be known that in order to sign this agreement, the three worlds had gone through a high-level war and paid a significant price. Of course, it wasn't as if there were no conflict between level 5 experts, but a battle between level 5 experts on Warstar was a purely physical battle. They would not use level 5 energy, and even if they died, they could not use level 5 energy. The level 5 experts sent to Warstar had to swear an oath, or else they would not be allowed to enter Warstar. Perhaps the people of the Interstellar Federation did not understand why a level 5 expert had to swear an oath to their death, but David, who had lived in the great world of God, knew that if one swore an oath to a god, the consequences of breaking the oath would be even more frightening than dying in battle. When David thought of this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He wondered if he should find a level 5 insectoid to test his strength. That half-body spider queen was quite good. Back then, David had almost been killed by a single finger of the half-body spider queen. He also wanted to see if the half-body spider queen's finger had grown back. He had used the remaining half of his finger to create a grade 5 axe blade, which had been his strongest weapon for a long time. Baron Devold saw that David seemed to be thinking about something and did not say anything. He did not disturb him and simply stood to the side. After a while, David smiled and said, "It's nothing. My flying mount hasn't learned how to fly yet." As he said that, David touched the body of the shadow pterosaur. The shadow pterosaur clearly understood his words and unwillingly opened its wings and jumped off David's shoulder. It flapped a few times in the air, and just as it was about to land, it disappeared and returned to David's shoulder. "Your flying mount." Baron Devold stared at the shadow pterosaur with his mouth wide open. He could not help but stop speaking. When he saw the shadow pterosaur, he guessed that this strange flying mount must have something special about it, but he did not expect it to have such a special ability. This was the ability to move through space. It was a terrifying ability that could play a decisive role in battle. "Keep it a secret from me, for now," David smiled and said to Baron Devold. It was only temporary. When a shadow pterosaur could fly, this ability could not be hidden at all. "Please rest assured, I will keep this a secret," Baron Devold bowed and said. David just smiled and turned his gaze to the shadow pterosaur. The performance of the shadow pterosaur just now surprised him. He did not expect it to be able to fly. Although it only flew a little distance, and even its flying posture was bumpy, it was already very impressive that the shadow pterosaur had such an ability since it was born not long ago. The shadow pterosaur obviously liked flying. It kept trying to jump off David's shoulder again and again. After flying for a while, it used Move in a Flash to return to David's shoulder. This became its new form of entertainment. In this castle, there was nothing to do, so David let the shadow pterosaur play. He just smiled and cooperated with the shadow pterosaur. Ever since the last Warstar War, the situation at the front lines had calmed down a lot. Both sides were resting. However, the spaceship that descended from the sky today still attracted the attention of the insectoids. Existences that could send out spaceships like this were all nobles of the great world of God. The insectoids could not help but pay attention to them. These days, it was the rank 5 half-body spider queen's turn to be on duty. For some reason, when it heard that a spaceship was coming, it had a sudden impulse and wanted to investigate it personally. Normally, rank 5 insectoids would not participate in this kind of investigation. The insectoids had many special transcendent abilities that could allow the insectoids to investigate the target at a minimal cost. The rank 5 half-body spider queen trusted its intuition. It did not think that a rank 5 life form would randomly act on a whim. Only when something related to it appeared would it have such a feeling. Of course, the rank 5 half-body spider queen would not come out in its original form. If it dared to appear in its original form, the rank 5 temple knight on the great world of God side would probably be very happy to leave the rank 5 half-body spider queen's original form behind and send the rank 5 materials back to its own race. It did not act during the day. Instead, it waited until the sky turned dark before using an energy clone to fly over the defensive line. Of course, it flew very high and followed its intuition to begin its investigation. David did not know that his arrival had attracted the attention of another old friend of his. He changed into his cocktail party attire and sat in the alchemy carriage that Baron Devold had prepared for him, heading towards Earl Brooks' castle. Captain Norbert led 12 official knight, escorting the alchemy carriage. This was a very high standard on Warstar. David sat in the alchemy carriage while Baron Devold sat across from him, explaining the situation around him. David's understanding of Warstar was no less than Baron Devold, but as Duke Arthur, he needed to pretend that he did not understand and listen to Baron Devold's explanation. A rustling sound came from the distance. It was not loud, but for David's sensitive hearing, it immediately attracted his attention. Since he did not sense any danger, he knew that it was not some powerful insectoid. As expected, when a shadow attendant flew into the air, he saw 10 rank 1 hunter mantises in the distance, surrounding the group. With the low intelligence of the hunter mantises, they did not have a strong understanding of the strength of their target. Captain Norbert and the 12 official knight carefully controlled their auras. They did not want their auras to affect David, who was sitting in the alchemy carriage. David was a rank 4 Sky Knight, which was too high for the rank 1 hunter mantises. If David did not release his aura, he would not be able to attract the attention of the hunter mantises. David could not help but smile. It had been a long time since he had come into contact with the insectoids. Now that he saw the hunter mantises, he actually felt nostalgic. He missed the days when he was fighting on Warstar. Team 1, protect the carriage and continue forward. Team 2, attack. When the 10 hunter mantises approached, Captain Norbert also noticed them and immediately ordered loudly. Although this was a guard of honor, they were still official knights. 6 knights formed a knight formation, and after a single charge, all 10 hunter mantises were dealt with. The alchemy carriage's speed was not affected, and David naturally did not pay attention to such a low-level battle. Only the shadow attendant did not give up on the souls of the hunter mantises because of their level. It blinked over to the corpses of the 10 hunter mantises and absorbed their souls. At least I got something, David helplessly said to himself. The only place where he could absorb enough souls was the great world of God. There were very few high-level battles on Warstar, and the chances of the shadow attendant absorbing souls of rank 4 and above were too low. The Interstellar Federation did not even need to be mentioned. Chapter 808. Great World of God Supreme Council Probationary Member, Master of Gammy Planet, Level 4 Sky Knight. The Honorable Duke Arthur has arrived. When David stepped down from the alchemy carriage, a loud voice came from the butler in front of the castle. Since David's status was too high, the master of the castle, Earl Brooks, was standing in front of the castle. Honorable Duke Arthur, welcome. Earl Brooks bowed and made an inviting gesture. Earl Brooks, I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. Here's a bottle of homemade red wine as a token of my respect. David smiled as he took out a red wine box from his space pendant and handed it over. "This is too precious." Earl Brooks bowed as he received the red wine box and exclaimed in surprise. Even though he was on planet Warstar, he would receive news from the great world of God regularly. How could he not have heard of the #1 wine in the great world of God? Normally, Earl Brooks would have handed the red wine to the butler and let the butler keep it. However, he was unwilling to part with it. He held the red wine in his hands and led David into the hall. David knew quite a few people in the hall, but he was here as Duke Arthur, so he could not recognize these people. All the guests in the hall looked at Duke Arthur at the door. Duke Arthur's reputation and strength were overwhelming here. All the guests bowed when he came in. As the host, Earl Brooks introduced the guests to David. Of course, he only introduced the guests with higher status. He would not introduce the ordinary guests. This is a knight from the Taodi Holy Temple. He's in charge of guarding this area. Earl Brooks introduced the only level 5 knight energy clone in the hall. I've long heard of Duke Arthur's name. The level 5 knight from the Taodi Holy Temple bowed first. Taodi Holy Temple Knight, it's my honor to meet you. David bowed politely in return. This 5th level Temple Knight was the one who had rescued them from the hands of the 5th level insectoids. Although he could not express his gratitude to the 5th level Temple Knight Taodi for saving his life, he still had to show his respect. The Knight of Taodi's 5th level temple was a little surprised by David's attitude. It was rumored that David was an extremely domineering person. Now, it seemed that the rumors were not credible at all. With his perception as a 5th level Temple Knight, he could tell that David's attitude was extremely sincere and wasn't an act. This is my coat of arms card. If you return to the great world of God in the future, please come to Jami Star as a guest. David took out the coat of arms card, which was equivalent to a business card, and handed it over. The 5th level Temple Knight of Tau Heti was a little surprised. He took the heraldic card happily and said, "I'll definitely pay you a visit." In the circle of 5th level Temple Knights, there was no one who didn't know of Duke Arthur's name and the holy medicine that he produced, the heartwarming lotus seed soup. The 5th level Temple Knight of Tau Heti also hoped to get the heartwarming lotus seed soup, which had a strong effect on emotional deficits. However, the heartwarming lotus seed soup's production was limited, and he was on duty at Warstar, so this idea could not be realized. Now that David had taken the initiative to befriend him, he had hope of getting the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Earl Brooks looked enviously at the coat of arms card in the hands of the 5th level Temple Knight of Tau Heti. This was a key to befriending Duke Arthur. "This is my family's Baron Du Bois." The 5th level Temple Knight of Tau Heti introduced the person beside him on behalf of Earl Brooks. How could David not know Baron Du Bois? If he was David, he would have to call him uncle. "Greetings, Duke Arthur." Baron Du Bois bowed and saluted. His performance was in line with the most standard aristocratic etiquette, neither servile nor overbearing. "Baron Du Bois, this is my coat of arms card. Please accept it." David smiled as he took out another coat of arms card and handed it over. Baron Du Bois was stunned. Although the family behind him was a top noble, he was only a baron. He was not worthy of David's treatment. "Thank you." Baron Du Bois took the coat of arms card and said in a more cordial tone, "This is—" David looked at Knight Millet, who was curiously sizing him up, and asked. How could David not know Knight Millet, who was like a brother to him? He just wanted to get to know Knight Millet in a new way. With Millet's identity, if David didn't take the initiative to ask, no one else would introduce him to Knight Millet. "This is my nephew Millet." Baron Du Bois hurriedly introduced, then turned to Knight Millet and said, "Why aren't you greeting Duke Arthur?" "Greetings, Duke Arthur." Knight Millet stepped forward and greeted. David accepted the greeting with a smile. Then he looked around his space pendant. He didn't dare to give anything too good, so he took out a level 4 heavy sword. "This is the first time we meet, so I don't have any gifts. Take a look at this sword and see if it fits you," he said as he handed the level 4 heavy sword to Knight Millet. Knight Millet couldn't help but stare blankly. He hadn't become a level 4 Sky Knight, so it was impossible for his family to equip him with a level 4 weapon. Even if he became a level 4 Sky Knight, His family wouldn't casually equip him with a level 4 weapon until his strength reached a certain level. Although he was a direct descendant of his family, there were a lot of direct descendants in a top noble family. However, level 4 weapons were limited. Without strength, it was impossible for everyone to have one. However, Duke Arthur gave him such a valuable gift on their first meeting, which made him feel a little overwhelmed. "Duke Arthur, your gift is too valuable," Baron Du Bois said. "It's not that valuable. It's just sitting there idle anyway. Who told me to hit it off with Knight Millet?" David said with a smile. "Millet, put it away." Baron Du Bois nodded to Knight Millet and said. Baron Du Bois didn't think that David had any evil intentions towards them. What kind of existence was this? He could kill a level 5 knight of the Holy Temple. If he wanted to deal with them, he wouldn't use such means. If you have time in the future, you can visit Planet Gammy. David couldn't stay here for long, so he finally said to Knight Millet. Earl Brooks took David to the side and introduced him to the other nobles with high status. Knight Millet was holding a level 4 épée sword in his hand. He didn't even need to pull it out. Just by looking at the craftsmanship on the hilt, he knew it was a fine épée sword made by a Grandmaster forger. Among all the Grade 4 heavy swords, the quality of this Grade 4 heavy sword was enough to be ranked at the top. Suddenly, Knight Millet's pupils widened. He seemed to see a familiar figure behind David's back. It wasn't a figure similar, but a feeling of familiarity. "Uncle Du Bois, I feel like Duke Arthur is a bit like David." Knight Millet used the power of blood to transmit to Baron Du Bois. "Millet, don't talk nonsense. Duke Arthur's strength is terrifying. Your power of blood won't have much effect on him." Before Baron Du Bois could speak, Knight Taodi used the power of blood to reprimand him. The three of them came from the same family and had the same power of blood. Therefore, although Knight Millet's strength was low, he could still use the power of blood to transmit sound to each other. David, who was talking and laughing with the nobles, also looked at Knight Millet with a strange smile on his face. To be honest, with David's status, even if someone doubted his identity, no one could doubt his blood. His blood was confirmed by the shrines of justice. However, there would still be some trouble if his identity was exposed, especially since his status in the two worlds was not low. It was still a question whether the two worlds could tolerate his existence. Therefore, even if Knight Millet had doubts, David would not admit anything. Duke Arthur and Major General David were two different identities. Of course, Knight Millet was just casually saying it. He didn't dare to believe that Duke Arthur had anything to do with David. One was a general of the Interstellar Federation, the other was a duke of the great world of God, and a reserve member of the Supreme Council. How could these two identities appear in the same person? Duke Arthur. These two are General Adams and General North of the Interstellar Federation. Earl Brooks introduced the two generals in the Federation uniform to David. Arthur greets General Adams and Lieutenant General North. "I've long heard of your great names." David bowed to the two generals and greeted them. David spoke in the pure Federation language. There was no trace of great world of God in his accent, which surprised the two generals. Unless specially trained, the people of the great world of God would more or less have some accent in the Federation language. These accents were produced by the different languages of the two worlds. In the eyes of the two generals, such a young level 4 Sky Knight and a very honorable Duke should not have much time to study the Federation language. "Duke Arthur, hello." The two generals returned the Federation military salute. "Your Federation language is very accurate." General Adams praised. "I grew up in the Federation and went to the great world of God a year ago. I can be considered half a Federation citizen." David explained with a smile. General Adams looked at Earl Brooks in disbelief. The information revealed in David's words was too shocking. Duke Arthur was indeed sent to the Interstellar Federation when he was young. He returned to the great world of God a year ago to inherit the title of Baron. He is a top genius in the great world of God. He was promoted from a trainee knight to a Sky Knight in a year. At the same time, he had outstanding military achievements and became a duke with a huge territory. Earl Brooks praised David to his face. "Duke Arthur, It would be great if a talent like you could stay in the Federation. General Adams could not help but sigh. I would also be the best researcher in the Interstellar Federation. David said with a smile. Come back to the Federation when you have time. General Adams said with a smile. He did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing that there was a high-ranking official in the great world of God who knew the Interstellar Federation very well. However, General Adams still believed that a person who grew up in the Interstellar Federation would definitely have feelings for the Interstellar Federation. Perhaps Duke Arthur's existence would promote the connection between the two worlds. This time, I am visiting the Interstellar Federation on behalf of the Supreme Council. David said, I hope you have a good time in the Federation. General Adams said with a smile. General Adams made a decision in his heart and immediately reported this matter. He did not know if the officials in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knew the origin of Duke Arthur, but he assumed that they did not. Otherwise, if Duke Arthur, a high-ranking official in the great world of God who had a close relationship with the Interstellar Federation, as a general who had direct contact with the great world of God, how could he not know the relevant information? After Earl Brooks introduced all the important guests, David also had some time to himself. David was about to look for his friends, but he felt that the invisible shadow, pterosaur, on his shoulder was a little uneasy. He greeted everyone, walked out of the door, and came to the square in front of the castle. The shadow Quetzalcoatlus reappeared, eager to try flying again. David played with the shadow pterosaur for 2 hours that day, and it had a basic understanding of flying. Now that it was nighttime, the second type of dark energy in the shadow pterosaur's body was especially active at night. This made the shadow pterosaur very excited. It had just learned how to fly, and under the active state of dark energy, it wanted to fly again. David shook his head. He did not mean to blame the shadow pterosaur. Although the shadow pterosaur made him leave the banquet and lose his dignity as a noble, he understood the shadow pterosaur very well. The shadow pterosaur was like a child who had gotten a new toy. After learning how to fly, it wanted to keep practicing. David thought that he would let the shadow pterosaur fly a few times and have fun. Then he would persuade the shadow pterosaur to rest. The shadow pterosaur jumped off his shoulder and flapped its wings hard. When the wings flapped, the sound seemed to be blocked. There was not a trace of sound when the wings were flapped. David understood that this was the effect of the silent flying talent. With his hearing, no matter how soft the shadow pterosaur flapped its wings, he should be able to hear the sound of air friction. The shadow pterosaur sent him a happy feeling. The active dark energy increased the shadow pterosaur's strength, which gave it a stronger propulsion force when flapping its wings. If the shadow pterosaur was considered to be crawling in the air this afternoon, then the shadow pterosaur was truly flying now. David was pleased to see the shadow pterosaur flying around him. After 2 hours of practice in the afternoon, the shadow pterosaur actually flew a full circle above his head, and there was no sign of it landing. Through the life-sharing contract, he sent a message of encouragement to the shadow pterosaur. The shadow pterosaur was praised and flapped its wings harder. Chapter 809. In the sky, the level 5 half-body spider queen's energy clone was flying when it suddenly sensed a familiar, yet unfamiliar aura. It was familiar because this aura was very similar to the human that had cut off its finger, but unfamiliar because this aura was somewhat similar, making it unable to determine if it was that human or not. The half-body spider queen remembered that finger of its main body, which had made it the laughingstock of the level 5 insectoids. It had been injured by a weak Kaji to the point that even its finger had been left behind. This was a great humiliation for a level 5 insectoid. Therefore, although the half-body spider queen's energy clone couldn't determine if the human below was the one that had injured it, it was an insectoid, so it didn't need any proof. However, after sensing the strength of the human below, the half-body spider queen's energy clone's mood became very bad. This was actually a level 4 Sky Knight. According to the agreement between the great world of God and the insectoids, a level 5 expert couldn't enter an enemy's territory and attack a weaker enemy below level 5. If this rule was truly relaxed, then this small war star would not be able to become an important source of energy for the three worlds. It should be known that as long as a level 5 expert was dispatched, almost all enemies below level 5 could be killed instantly. This place had completely become a battlefield for level 5 experts. This was intolerable for both sides, and neither side could afford to waste their resources like this. Most importantly, the two worlds could only send a limited number of level 5 experts to Warstar, and there were very few level 5 experts who were willing to swear not to use level 5 energy. There weren't many level 5 experts who were willing to bind their hands and come to the dangerous Warstar, whether it was the great world of God or the insectoids. Therefore, even though the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone wanted to kill this enemy, it couldn't do so. If the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone attacked David, the consequences would be that its soul would suffer from the backlash of the oath, and the price it would pay would be far greater than what it would pay. However, when the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone saw the Umbra Winged Dragon, it immediately made the decision to kill it. It could sense the life-sharing contract between the Umbra Winged Dragon and David, as well as the aura of a bloodline from the same source. If he couldn't kill David, he could kill David's flying mount. That way, he could take revenge on David. The half-body Spider Queen's energy doppelganger only thought for a split second. It immediately turned around and dove down towards the shadow, Pterosaur. The Knight of Taoti's 5th level temple, who was in the castle, narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. There's a level 5 insectoid. I'll drive it away. Taoti, a level 5 temple knight, said in a deep voice. The guests in the banquet did not panic when they heard the words of the 5th level Templar Knight. They knew that if it was a 4th level insectoid, it might be dangerous. However, a 5th level insectoid would not attack them here. There were only a few situations where a Class 5 Zerg could attack. One was when a human entered an area occupied by the Zerg. In such a situation, the Class 5 Zerg had the right to kill the human regardless of their level. Of course, under normal circumstances, a Class 5 Zerg would not attack a weak human. As long as they didn't take the initiative to attack a Class 5 Zerg, the Class 5 Zerg would not bother with a Class 1 or Class 2 human. 2 was when a human provoked a Class 5 Zerg. The Class 5 Zerg could fight back and kill the person who provoked them. This provocation included both verbal and physical provocation. A Class 5 Zerg's dignity could not be offended. Third, when an arachnid of the 5th rank met a temple knight of the 5th rank, both sides would be able to go all out without using energy of the 5th rank. Many 5th rank temple knights and 5th rank insectoids had fallen under such circumstances. Let's go out and take a look, Baron Du Bois said first. He was very close to a Class 5 temple knight, so he had an urge to watch a fight between two Class 5 powerhouses. The energy clone of the level 5 temple knight was very fast. It flashed out of the hall, followed by Baron Du Bois. The bolder ones among the guests also walked out of the hall one after another. Tao Heti, a level 5 holy knight, was able to discover the energy clone of the level 5 arachnid, half-body Spider Queen. David, who appeared to be a level 4 Sky Knight, but actually possessed a level 5 spirit, would definitely be able to discover it. David had already noticed the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen when it approached. He just didn't expect a Class 5 Zerg energy clone to appear on the defensive line between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. He was only slightly surprised when he saw the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen dive towards the shadow, Quetzalcoatlus. "Don't you dare!" David shouted in shock. The shadow Quetzalcoatlus was flying a bit high, so it didn't notice the danger. David called the shadow Quetzalcoatlus back in his mind. The shadow Quetzalcoatlus thought that David was playing with it, so it didn't use instantaneous movement to return. David didn't use his flying ability. He bent his legs and stomped on the ground with all his strength. A pair of deep footprints appeared on the ground. His body used the momentum of this stomp to rush towards the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen. Along the way, he equipped his Class 5 Knight armor and Class 5 light longsword. The faint golden figure rushed towards the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen without any hesitation. It was at this time that the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight of Taodi came out of the castle gate and saw this scene. Careful, that's a class 5 Zerg. No matter how fast the energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight of Taodi was, it couldn't catch up to the two figures approaching at high speed. He could only shout out a warning. The level 5 Temple Knight of Taodi had completely forgotten about the legend of Duke Arthur. No matter how powerful Duke Arthur was, he was facing a class 5 Zerg from Warstar. There was a difference in strength between a level 5 insectoid's energy doppelganger and its original body, but it was still a level 5 insectoid's energy doppelganger. It was far more powerful than a level 4 insectoid's energy doppelganger. Duke Arthur was a level 4 Sky Knight. However, the level 5 Temple Knight of Taodi soon discovered something strange. Duke Arthur's jumping speed was unimaginably fast. It was even comparable to the diving speed of the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen. The energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen wasn't worried at all when it saw David jump up to meet it. Instead, it was very happy. David's action was an active attack against the Class 5 Zerg, so the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen could kill him without worrying about being bound by the oath. Moreover, David's Class 5 equipment made the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen want to kill David even more. The raw materials for Class 5 equipment were harvested from the corpses of Class 5 Zergs. Every piece of Class 5 equipment in the great world of God represented the death of many Class 5 Zergs. In history, there have been many times when the top nobles had gathered level 5 Temple Knights to hunt level 5 insectoids, all for the sake of obtaining level 5 grade 5 materials. This didn't go against the agreement between the two races, and it was the main source of Class 5 materials. The half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was thinking more than that. It seemed to have seen a part of its finger in there, so its disgust towards level 5 equipment was much stronger than the other level 5 insectoids. When David leaped to the side of the Shadow Pterosaur, he still had time to grab it with one hand and forcefully put it into his summoning ring. The Umbra Winged Dragon also sensed the terrifying aura in the sky, but it didn't resist this time and was put into the summoning ring. David put away the Umbra Winged Dragon and calmed down. He looked at the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen with a burning gaze. He had always wanted to fight against a Class 5 insectoid, and Worcester's special rules in particular allowed him to fully utilize his advantages. David had the constitution of a Class 5 Temple Knight, so he could display the strength and speed of a Class 5 Temple Knight. The only difference between him and a Class 5 Temple Knight was that he didn't have an energy clone or bloodline power. However, his opponent this time was only the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen, not the main body, and its strength wasn't the actual fighting strength of the half-body Spider Queen. David also had the best equipment, Class 5 equipment, which guaranteed that his attack power would be enough to injure a Class 5 Zerg. He didn't use any innate skills, and this was a close combat battle. When David was still 5 meters away from the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone, David used his Grandmaster Level Knight Inheritance Sword Art to drive the Level 5 Light Longsword in his hand, and a faint golden sword ray pierced out. The energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen was even more powerful than a Class 5 Temple Knight, and this was determined by its racial innate skill. The half-body Spider Queen's energy clone maintained a high degree of similarity to its main body. Its upper body was human, but it had 6 more arms, making it 8. This made the attacks of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone naturally more concentrated than David's. When David stabbed out, the 2 forearms of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone stabbed out at the same time. Its speed was even faster than David's, and it arrived in front of David in an instant. David fully activated the speed, innate skill granted by the Battle Angel Crystal, and in his eyes, the 2 forearms of the half-body Spider Queen slowed down. Under the perfect control of the Grandmaster Level Knight's Legacy Sword skill, the Grade 5 Light Longsword vibrated twice as it pierced out and accurately hit the joints of the 2 thrusting arms of the half-body Spider Queen's energy double. At the same level of power, David already had the ability to break through the main body of a Class 5 Zerg, let alone an energy clone. The front half of the two arms of the half-body Spider Queen suddenly stopped in midair, while the back half continued to stab forward a bit before stopping. At this time, the half-body Spider Queen discovered that its two arms had been pierced off at the joints. The two forearms turned into specks of energy, and the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone hastily dodged to the side, while putting up a defensive posture with its other arms. The actual speed of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone was a bit faster than David's. David's speed was roughly the same as the main body of a Class 5 Temple Knight, but there was still some distance between him and the energy clone. In a short-distance battle, David was still at a disadvantage. The energy clone was made of Class 5 energy, so it didn't need to consider the weight of the body and air resistance. David's battle angel crystal in his soul space granted him the speed and innate skill. Although he was unable to display the full potential of the innate skill due to his own strength, his powerful Class 5 spirit allowed him to display a part of the innate skill's power. He could see the attack of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone and promptly analyze it before launching a counterattack. As long as David's counterattack was a bit smaller, he could barely keep up with the attack speed of the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone. After the first confrontation between David and the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone in the air, they were looking at each other with a distance of 20 meters between them. At this time, Baron Du Bois had already come out of the castle, and the rest of the guests also came out to see the two sides facing each other in the air. Baron Du Bois looked at the two sides in disbelief. He saw the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone's forearms regenerating. This meant that before he came out, in the battle between Duke Arthur and the Spider Queen's energy avatar, Duke Arthur gained the upper hand and injured the Spider Queen's energy avatar. Baron Du Bois pinched his thigh and felt the pain coming from his thigh. He knew that he wasn't dreaming. If it was before, he wouldn't have believed that a Class 4 Sky Knight could fight against a Class 5 Zerg. But the battle in front of him had raised the fighting power of a Class 4 Sky Knight to an unbelievable level. Baron Du Bois didn't know if there would be a Class 4 Sky Knight that could reach such heights in the future, but he was 100% sure that there had never been a Class 4 Sky Knight in history that could fight against a Class 5 Zerg and injure it first. This wasn't a trap battle, but a face-to-face battle. There was nothing fake in this kind of battle, and the strength of both sides could be seen at a glance. Baron Du Bois looked at the Class 5 Temple Knight Taodi. The one with the most authority here was the Class 5 Temple Knight Taodi. What do you think of Duke Arthur's strength? Baron Du Bois asked using the power of bloodline. In a close combat situation where he wasn't on guard, he could heavily injure a Class 5 Temple Knight's main body. The Class 5 Temple Knight Taodi didn't hide anything from a knight that his family focused on nurturing. He also used the power of bloodline to reply. In other words, the rumor that Duke Arthur assassinated two Class 5 Temple Knights is true. Baron Du Bois asked curiously. The Class 5 Temple Knight Taodi didn't answer this time, and he only shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but that he couldn't be sure. From the strength that David had displayed, he indeed had the strength of a Class 5 Temple Knight. But if he wanted to kill a Class 5 Temple Knight, he felt that he was still lacking. Chapter 8:10. The conversation between the Level 5 Temple Knight and Baron Du Bois couldn't be heard by anyone else. However, this didn't mean that they didn't have their own thoughts. Ambassador Kamen stared blankly at the invincible David in the sky. He couldn't associate this David with that young researcher no matter what. Ambassador Kamen knew that he seemed to have brought back an incredible existence for the great world of God a year ago. Baron de Vold's face was flushed red. This was the powerful existence he had submitted to. He didn't make the wrong choice. He pressed hard on the badge on his waist. David in front of him made him even more determined. It was an honor to serve such a powerful David. General Adams and General North looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't know how powerful a knight of the great world of God was. However, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful Level 4 Sky Knight. Since when could a level 4 Sky Knight fight against a level 5 Zerg's energy doppelganger? Should they restrict level 4 Sky Knight from entering the Interstellar Federation? But if they did so, wouldn't the great world of God be dissatisfied? In fact, General Adams and General North didn't know that a level 4 Sky Knight like David was the only one in the entire history of the great world of God. David was the only one. Captain Norbert and the 12 official Night Guards of Honor had a different feeling in their hearts. Pride, extreme pride. This was their lord. Even if they had only temporarily become David's Guards of Honor, they still had an incomparable sense of pride. You are very strong. If my main body was here, I would definitely be able to fight you. The half-body Spider Queen transmitted a message through the mind. David froze for a moment. He knew that level 5 Zergs had extremely high intelligence, but this was the first time he had communicated with an Zerg face to face. He had already recognized the half-body Spider Queen. Back then, it was the half-body Spider Queen that had hunted him down. However, he had made the half-body Spider Queen pay a heavy price. Why don't we arrange a place to fight again? David said in a deep voice when he saw the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone retreating. He knew that today's battle couldn't continue. Humans are too cunning. We'll fight again in the future. The half-body Spider Queen's energy avatar directly rejected David's suggestion. At this time, Taodi's energy clone of the level 5 Temple Knight also rose into the air. His movement made the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone retreat even faster. The half-body Spider Queen's energy doppelganger didn't want to face the level 5 Temple Knight and David at the same time. David alone was enough to give it a headache, and with the addition of the level 5 Temple Knight, its energy doppelganger would have to stay here forever. Although David had cut off the arms of the half-body Spider Queen's energy avatar, it had quickly regenerated them. In fact, the energy in the arms of the half-body Spider Queen's energy avatar had dissipated forever. The remaining energy of the half-body Spider Queen's energy avatar had gathered in the arms. Although it had repaired the arms, its overall strength had decreased. After a few more injuries like this, the half-body Spider Queen's energy avatar's existence would be affected. When that time came, it wouldn't even be able to escape. The insectoids were very realistic. As long as the situation wasn't right, they would immediately retreat. They would rarely fight to the death. The half-body Spider Queen's energy clone stared fiercely at David one last time. It then flew at full speed toward the insectoid territory. David and the level 5 Temple Knight didn't chase after it. If they wanted to chase after a level 5 insectoid's energy clone, they would need to be faster than it. At least, David didn't have this ability. Perhaps he could use some special innate ability or summon all 6 Temple Knight to stop the half-body Spider Queen's energy clone. However, he didn't go crazy and reveal his trump card in front of so many people. The level 5 Temple Knight sighed. Duke Arthur, today I finally know your true strength. Perhaps you shouldn't be called a level 4 Sky Knight. The great world of God should have given you a special rank. Temple Knight Taodi, you are overpraising me. I have to thank you for coming here in time. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won. David thanked Taodi. David was telling the truth. If he didn't reveal his level 5 spirit, he wouldn't be able to fly that fast. Although a level 4 Sky Knight could fly in the sky, that kind of flying speed was too slow to be used in battle. The arrival of Taodi, a 5th rank Temple Knight, prevented him from revealing his flying speed. Duke Arthur, you are the one who is being modest. If I had come a little later, I'm afraid you would have left the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen behind. The level 5 Holy Knight Taodi said with a laugh. No matter what, since David had said so, he owed him a favor. In addition, David had taken the initiative to befriend David, so it would be easier for him to contact David in the future and become his friend. David didn't want to chat in the sky with a group of people watching, so he said with a smile, "Let's go back to the banquet." The level 5 Temple Knight also laughed. Yes, the banquet isn't over yet. Returning to the banquet, all the guests' attitude towards David was even more respectful. Rumors were just rumors. No matter how true they were not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. The atmosphere of the banquet became even more lively. All the guests wanted to chat with David for a while longer and make friends with a peerless genius for themselves and their families. At the end of the banquet, Baron Devold bowed and said, "Your Excellency, I've already ordered people to clean up the castle. Tonight, the castle will be your residence." Normally speaking, David could have stayed in the Starry Sky flying ship since the conditions there were excellent. However, Baron Devold, who had just joined David, had taken the initiative to invite him, and he did not refuse Baron Devold's kindness. Through this, David announced to all of Warstar that Baron Devold was his subordinate. Giving up the castle was very rare. Only when a vassal noble invited a clan noble would they do this. The next morning, Ambassador Cammon arrived at Baron Devold's castle very early. He saw Baron Devold coming out of the tent outside the castle. "Good morning." Ambassador Cammon warmly greeted Baron Devold with a smile. "Ambassador Cammon, good morning." Baron Devold knew very well where Ambassador Cammon's friendliness came from. This was a change in attitude after learning that he had joined Duke Arthur, so he replied with a smile. David also finished washing up. Last night, he knew that Baron Devold had spent the night in the tent outside the castle. This was Baron Devold's way of showing his identity and his responsibility to protect the castle. David did not try to persuade him. Baron Devold was a wily old intelligence chief and had his own way of doing things. "Ambassador Cammon, when the window is empty, we'll leave Warstar. I'll have to trouble you with the rest." David smiled and said to Ambassador Cammon, "That's my job, and it's my honor." Ambassador Cammon replied with a smile. David found an empty area in the castle and began to train the Umbra Winged Dragon. This time, he was much more careful and did not let the Umbra Winged Dragon fly too high, only letting it fly close to him. It was not until Baron Devold came over to remind him that he and Ambassador Cammon boarded the interstellar flying ship. The galactic speeder soared into the sky, easily leaving the atmosphere of the planet. David saw the doomsday defense line formed by the 10 artificial planets ahead of him, and he felt a faint threat. This was probably related to David's own strength. He had seen the doomsday defense line many times in the past, but he had never felt this way. Now that his mind had reached rank 5, he had a first-hand experience of terrifying weapons that could threaten him. Perhaps the Interstellar Federation did not have a rank 5 expert, or even a rank 4 expert, but neither the insectoids nor the great world of God dared to underestimate the Interstellar Federation. This was because the Interstellar Federation did not rely on individual strength to rule. Instead, it used the collective strength of a group to control space weapons that were equipped with technology, achieving the destructive power of a rank 5 expert or even a god. When David saw the Doomsday defense line, he suddenly felt the suppression of his bloodline power become stronger. Although it still did not affect his strength much, he was still not used to this feeling. He looked around and saw that he was in space, completely out of Warstar's territory. He had truly entered the world of the Interstellar Federation. This is the suppression of the world force. David said to himself, Warstar had 3 overlapping worlds, so the effect on his bloodline power was very small. However, when he truly entered the world of the Interstellar Federation, this suppression made him, a rank 4 Sky Knight, feel very uncomfortable. And this was only a rank 4 Sky Knight. If he had been a rank 5 Temple Knight, his strength would have been halved. When David thought of this, he could not help but summon his shadow attendant. His mind entered the summoning ring on the shadow attendant's hand. Inside the summoning ring, 6 rank 5 Temple Knights were seated. David connected to the soul of the Morley Temple Knight, allowing his mind to control the body of the Morley Temple Knight. Feeling the body of the Morley Temple Knight was as relaxed as feeling his own body. David quickly discovered the situation of this rank 5 Knight's body. Under the influence of the laws of the Interstellar Federation, the Morley Temple Knight's bloodline power was halved, and the circulation of his bloodline power in his mental space was greatly affected. In addition, there was a strange suppression from the space outside the summoning ring that surrounded the Morley Temple Knight, greatly reducing his speed. David finally understood why the great world of God had allied with the Interstellar Federation. This was not just to deal with the insectoids together, but also because the great world of God could not occupy the Interstellar Federation and could not produce any value. The nobles of the great world of God would not rashly start a war for benefits they could not obtain. Although the great world of God was based on nobles, nobles were united by bloodline power. However, in the Interstellar Federation, bloodline power was naturally affected by the laws of the world. David, a rank 4 Sky Knight, could feel the discomfort. It would be extremely difficult for him to train as a knight here. A world like this was not worth the full force of the great world of God to attack. Furthermore, the Interstellar Federation was not a soft persimmon, but a hard rock. If they wanted to take down the Interstellar Federation, the great world of God would have to pay a heavy price. David was not too worried about the 6-rank, 5-temple knight's strength being affected by the laws of the Interstellar Federation, because his own strength was enough to run amok in the Interstellar Federation. He discovered that although his bloodline power was slightly affected, his level 5 mental strength did not feel any restriction. His level 5 mental strength could still reach a distance of 1,000 meters. As long as David's strength was not suppressed, he could rest assured. The defectors only had 2-rank 4 Sky Knight and 6-rank 3 Earth Knight. They were not enough to withstand a single charge from his 96 black spears. Just as David was thinking about this, a fleet appeared in the distance. It was a medium-sized fleet made up of 100 warships of various types. After receiving a message, Captain Norbert bowed and reported to David, "Sir, the Interstellar Federation sent a fleet to protect us. The fleet needs our cooperation." "Ambassador Cameron, is this normal?" David asked when he saw the surprised expression on Ambassador Cameron's face. "Duke Arthur, although there have been escort fleets before, there has never been a fleet of this size." Ambassador Cameron shook his head and said, "Captain Norbert, how do we cooperate?" David said to Captain Norbert. Captain Norbert began to operate the ship. In order to share communication with the Interstellar Federation, this ship was equipped with a set of communication equipment from the Interstellar Federation. This was also the standard equipment of a diplomatic ship. Without this set of communication equipment, they would not even be able to enter the Interstellar Federation spaceport. After a while, Captain Norbert replied, "Sir, they want our ship to turn off the shield. After they scan us, they will escort us to the Federation's portal. Duke Arthur, you can ignore them. This kind of scan should be done when we arrive at the Federation's portal. We should be scanned like the citizens of the Interstellar Federation before we use the portal. Not this kind of scan." Ambassador Cameron bowed and said he was prepared to send a diplomatic note to the Interstellar Federation as soon as he returned. This was a threat to the diplomatic power of the great world of God. "It's fine. Just accept their scan. Captain Norbert, turn off the shield." David waved his hand and decided. After all, this was his hometown. He did not want to have any conflicts with the military in the Interstellar Federation. As for the scan, when David decided to let them scan, the shadow attendant had already appeared 1,000 meters away. No matter how they scanned the ship, they would not be able to find anything. In reality, the reason this fleet had come on this escort mission was because of the terrifying strength David had displayed on Warstar. Warstar and the nearby war zones were the Interstellar Federation's line of defense against the invasion of the insectoids. They could not allow a powerful existence like David to act as he pleased, which was why a medium-sized fleet had come. Chapter 811. After Captain Norbert agreed, 100 warships surrounded the galactic flying ship to protect it. Now that it was close to the Warstar, its safety was still guaranteed, but the rest of the war zone wasn't safe. Space pirates, mercenaries, and the insectoids could all attack this diplomatic galactic flying ship. The Interstellar Federation didn't want a terrifying existence like Duke Arthur to use force in the Interstellar Federation world. According to the Alliance Agreement, as long as they weren't attacked, the Knight of the Great World of God couldn't attack any citizen of the Interstellar Federation. The flagship of the fleet was a battleship. It approached the galactic flying ship and scanned the galactic flying ship with its energy. The process was very slow. The galactic flying ship's shield was already closed, so it was completely defenseless. It was at the mercy of the battleship. After the scan ended, a small landing ship flew out from the battleship and arrived next to the galactic flying ship. Captain Norbert received the message from the small landing ship and bowed. "Sir, Major General Julian of the Interstellar Federation Fleet wants to see you." David nodded and said, "Let him in." Captain Norbert went to welcome Major General Julian and soon brought Major General Julian, who was wearing the Federation Major General uniform. David smiled and bowed. "Thank you for escorting me, Major General Julian. I'll have to trouble you for the rest of the journey." He looked at Major General Julian's uniform and felt a sense of familiarity. There was a similar uniform in the Shadow Attendant's Dimension Ring, but it was his other identity. "Greetings, Duke Arthur. It's my duty." Major General Julian returned a military salute to David and continued, "I've brought a message from General Adams. The Federation government has reactivated your identity bracelet. You can use it while you're in the Federation." David was slightly taken aback. When he left the Interstellar Federation, his identity bracelet was blocked and all its functions were sealed. He had kept the identity bracelet as a memento. He took out Arthur's identity bracelet from his space pendant. As soon as the bracelet was taken out, new notifications popped up on it, one by one. "Please help me convey my gratitude to General Adams. This is very meaningful to me," David said to Major General Julian as he stopped looking at his ID bracelet. The Interstellar Federation had some guesses as to why David had entered the Interstellar Federation this time. Such a powerful Rank 4 Sky Knight had come to the Interstellar Federation, and before that, 2 Rank 4 Sky Knights and 6 Rank 3 Earth Knights had disappeared from planet Battlestar with the help of some organization. Putting everything together, they naturally understood David's goal this time. Although they understood, the Interstellar Federation couldn't stop it. They could only do their best to keep things under control. Duke Arthur's identity was quite special. He had lived in the Federation since he was young, so reactivating his identity bracelet was a sign of goodwill. The Intelligence Department of the Interstellar Federation analyzed Duke Arthur's information. Although there wasn't much information from the great world of God, they had a rough understanding of Duke Arthur's growth. Duke Arthur was a powerful person who liked to solve problems through killing. In terms of individual combat power, no one in the Interstellar Federation could match him. A powerful person like this needed special attention. By reactivating his identity bracelet, Major General Julian would be able to interact with Duke Arthur. "Duke Arthur, to facilitate communication and avoid trouble, I hope I can stay on your interstellar flying ship to coordinate with the fleet." Major General Julian requested with a smile. "Captain Norbert, prepare a guest room for Major General Julian." David didn't reject. He had just received some benefits, so Major General Julian just wanted to stay on the interstellar flying ship. It wasn't a big deal. "Thank you, Captain Norbert," Julian said to Norbert with a smile. He didn't leave and remained in the main cabin. His mission was to stay by David's side. On the surface, it was to keep an eye on David, and at the same time, to help David solve any problems that he might encounter. David and Ambassador Cameron both understood this. They looked at each other and knew that this was the aftermath of the battle with the level 5 insectoids yesterday. It was probably because David didn't have anyone from the Interstellar Federation following him that the Federation didn't feel safe. David didn't stay in the main cabin. He returned to his room. Major General Julian naturally couldn't follow him, so he could only sit for a while before returning to his own room. David's room was the most luxurious and largest in the entire interstellar flying ship. It included a separate living room, dining room, bedroom, study, and a training room. He habitually went to the training room. There was an isolation room here, so no one from the outside could see inside. David first fiddled with Arthur's identity bracelet. Arthur's identity had been revoked by the Interstellar Federation before, so the new identity bracelet only showed a temporary identity. It had the same authority as the lowest level citizen. This wasn't strange. Duke Arthur wasn't a citizen of the Interstellar Federation. It was already a special case that he was given a temporary identity. David waved his hand and put the identity bracelet back into his portal pendant. He summoned back his shadow attendant and took out an identity bracelet from the shadow attendant's portal ring. He put the identity bracelet on his wrist. After a few seconds of familiar authentication, the identity bracelet activated. The moment the identity bracelet was activated, a series of messages were sent over. These were all messages that had accumulated over the past year. David looked at the identity bracelet on his wrist and felt a little emotional. He had almost forgotten his original identity in the past year. He was the Interstellar Federation's Federation war god, the one with trillions of wealth. He calmed himself down and checked his identity bracelet as David. There were many people who had left messages for David. There were monthly reports from Master Alva on the Tordo Fund, monthly reports from Master Seeley on the Kerr Intelligence Organization, as well as messages from his classmates and friends. Most of them were greetings during holidays. Among them, Emma's last message was from 10 months ago. It was a continuous message of concern, and the longer the message, the more urgent the concern became. David shook his head. He knew that Emma probably thought that something had happened to him. However, he couldn't explain anything. He had too many enemies in the Interstellar Federation, especially after poisoning President Lewis. His name was definitely on the Federation's blacklist. No matter what President Lewis had done, the assassination of the president was an act that the Interstellar Federation would never allow. David's actions couldn't be accepted by the Interstellar Federation. This was also part of the reason why he had turned into Arthur and left the great world of God. Even Grand Marshal Andre, who had been good to him, couldn't protect him. Even Grand Marshal Andre wanted to arrest him. As a general of the military, David assassinated President Lewis and then left, leaving a mess for Grand Marshal Andre. It would be strange if Grand Marshal Andre was happy. Although David's actions helped Grand Marshal Andre get rid of a great enemy. In fact, with Grand Marshal Andre's prestige in the military, getting rid of President Lewis was only a matter of political means. However, Grand Marshal Andre at the time chose to let President Lewis finish his term peacefully for the sake of the stability of the Interstellar Federation. David sighed and put Emma's matter aside. At least for the next few years, it would be impossible for him to contact Emma. It would depend on whether their relationship could withstand the test of time. It was difficult for him to accept a relationship, so whether it was in the Interstellar Federation or the great world of God, he had never accepted any other woman except for Emma. Shaking his head, David flipped through the information on his identity bracelet and saw Grand Marshal Andre's message. David, no matter where you are, don't appear again. I will use my influence to protect your business. I can't accept what you've done. The day you come back is the day I catch you. David looked at this message and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the biggest concession Grand Marshal Andre could make. It was no wonder that his business wasn't affected at all after he left the Interstellar Federation for a year. Thank you. I have a clear conscience. David sent a message to Grand Marshal Andre. Then, he sent a message to Master Alva and Master Seeley, affirming their work results. In the Grand Marshal's office of the Federal High Command on Planet Origin, Grand Marshal Andre, who was sitting in his office reading information, felt his identity bracelet vibrate slightly. He couldn't help but stop what he was doing. A message that could be directly sent to his identity bracelet and set as a real-time reminder would not be ordinary. Grand Marshal Andre opened the message on his identity bracelet and saw a familiar name. He couldn't help but smile, but it was quickly replaced by anger. This kid still knows how to reply. Grand Marshal Andre scolded. It was no wonder that Grand Marshal Andre was angry. He had sent the message almost a year ago, and there was only a reply now. If he didn't know how strong David's survival ability was, he would have thought that David had died. However, Grand Marshal Andre had always been concerned about David's safety, and as time passed, he became more and more worried. He's still so stubborn. Should I persuade him to come back? He muttered to himself when he saw David's reply. After learning that President Lewis had been poisoned to death, Grand Marshal Andre was extremely angry. David's disregard for the law, especially his daring to assassinate the Federation's president, had exceeded the limit of his tolerance. A year had passed, and this anger had mostly dissipated. He recalled the achievements that David had made when he was still alive. David was his most valued junior, a military talent that he wanted to nurture. With David's achievements and age, in a few decades, David could be promoted to general and prepare to take over as Grand Marshal Andre's #1 person in the military. Of course, these were all Grand Marshal Andre's thoughts. The current David still needed to be taught a lesson. This kind of youthful impulsiveness needed to be corrected. David, you are still my direct subordinate. The secret mission has been completed. Come back when you have time. The impact of that incident has also passed. Grand Marshal Andre sent a message to David. With Grand Marshal Andre's status, it was almost unimaginable that he would overturn the previous message. On the other side, David couldn't help but recall after receiving this message. He knew that Grand Marshal Andre had done a lot for him, and he had even forgiven his previous willful behavior. I have found a way to become stronger. I will become the true war god of the Federation. I will come back as invincible. David replied after thinking for a moment. Grand Marshal Andre looked at the message with a puzzled expression. He naturally knew how strong David was. There might be Transcendent in the Federation who were stronger than David, but they wouldn't be much stronger. Transcendent was already the strongest group of people in the Federation. Then what was David's so-called way to become stronger? Adjutant Jikwal, immediately find out the location of David's identity bracelet for me. Grand Marshal Andre ordered Jikwal's adjutant. Jikwal's adjutant immediately passed the order to the intelligence room. After a few minutes, he received a reply from the intelligence room. Grand Marshal, David's identity bracelet has a layer of interference. His location is constantly jumping from planet to planet in the Federation. We can't accurately locate him. Jikwal's adjutant reported. This kid is still so cautious, Grand Marshal Andre said as he shook his head. However, Grand Marshal Andre also relaxed. With how cautious David was, nothing would happen. Grand Marshal, is David coming back? Jikwal's adjutant was the one who understood Grand Marshal Andre the most. He asked softly. He knew that Grand Marshal Andre often talked about David. Every time he talked about him, he would have a nostalgic look on his face. Although he scolded him, if Grand Marshal Andre didn't care about David, how could Grand Marshal Andre scold David with his status? He said he's not strong enough. Does he want to fight an entire army by himself? Grand Marshal Andre said helplessly. On this day, the soldiers of the High Command saw a rare smile appear on Grand Marshal Andre's face. The other two people who received David's message did not reply. Master Alva and Master Seely were connected to David through an oath, so they naturally knew that David was fine. However, when the two masters received David's message, they were still extremely excited. After not hearing from him for so long, they were more or less worried. After receiving David's reply, they immediately found support. This was especially true for Master Alva. He represented David in the Tordo Fund and looked after David's massive assets. Without David's deterrence, he would not have been able to establish himself in the Tordo Fund. With the support of Master Seely's intelligence, Master Alva was in charge of the trade fair between Warstar and the Great World of God, as well as the resources obtained from Warstar. This was the foundation of the Transcendence offerings. The Tordo Fund currently had 4 Transcendent offerings precisely because of the resources Master Alva controlled. This also meant that the 4 Transcendent offerings were indirectly under his control. The Tordo Fund CEO, Kreeb, did not dare to fight for this authority. At the very least, as long as David was alive, he did not have the courage to do so. This was the deterrence that David had established through the lives of countless experts. Chapter 8:12. David's identity bracelet was naturally not that easy to find. He had a Grandmaster-level electronic countermeasure ability, so it was easy for him to hide the location of his identity bracelet. Although he had received information from Warstar, he was only able to relax after seeing the news from all over the place. In the past year, the Interstellar Federation had not changed much. This allowed David to continue on his path of cultivation with peace of mind. After completing his mission, he could return to the great world of God without any worries. He put away David's identity bracelet and switched it back to Arthur's identity bracelet, putting it on his wrist. They did not encounter any danger during the several days of travel, mainly because no space pirates or mercenary group dared to attack a mid-sized military fleet. Of course, even if there was no mid-sized military fleet, as long as the Federation knew what was going on, they would not make trouble for the great world of God's galactic speeder. This was because their fighting power was not on the same level. The strongest space pirates and mercenary groups were only Pete Kaji, but as long as there was a knight on the galactic speeder, they would have the strength of a transcendent. They finally arrived at the teleportation gate at the edge of the war zone. Perhaps because of David, the teleportation gate here had been cleared. David once again had the shadow attendant take the summoning ring and hide to the side. The teleportation gate scan was also the last scan before the war zone reached a peaceful area to prevent any insectoids from sneaking in. The great world of God's teleportation gate is still the most convenient, David said as he looked at the giant teleportation gate in space before him. To be honest, the Interstellar Federation's teleportation gate was far larger than the great world of God's teleportation gate. Even something as large as a battleship could easily pass through. Only an aircraft carrier the size of a city could not pass through a teleportation gate. However, it was unknown whether it was because of the cost or the materials, but it was impossible to make one for every planet. At most, it was possible to make one for every star field. As a result, the Interstellar Federation still had to travel a long distance in space during their long-distance voyages. It was completely different in the great world of God. Almost every planet in the great world of God had a planet-level portal. If one wanted to go to another planet, they just needed to find the portal of their own planet, and they could arrive there in an instant. This allowed the people of the great world of God to travel long distances without the need for space travel. Ambassador Cameron glanced at Major General Julian and said to David, "The Interstellar Federation's portal is based on our pattern." David had also heard rumors about the portal, but that was when he was in the Interstellar Federation. The basic pattern of the Interstellar Federation's portal was based on the technology of the great world of God. David could now confirm this because on the portal in front of him, he could still see the extremely large pattern that was created. It was part of the pattern used by the portal of the great world of God. However, the portal here only had the basic teleportation pattern and did not have any other matching patterns. The Interstellar Federation used technology to make up for this flaw and allowed the portal to operate. Major General Julian said in a deep voice, "We paid a huge price in exchange for that pattern from the great world of God." David smiled. This portal was truly a combination of the knowledge of two worlds. Unfortunately, the two worlds could not truly merge. The entire fleet protected the interstellar spaceship as it entered the giant portal. When it reappeared, it was already at the portal closest to Planet of Origin. After a few days of travel, David saw Planet of Origin, which was the political and cultural center of the Interstellar Federation. He knew he had arrived at his destination. Major General Julian came in front of David and saluted, "Duke Arthur, thank you for allowing me to stay in the interstellar spaceship. My mission of escorting you has been completed. I hereby bid you farewell." He was actually very grateful to David. His actions were obviously surveillance, but David still allowed him to stay. Major General Julian was going to report this to the military when he returned. This represented David's friendliness towards the Interstellar Federation. "Major General Julian, I should be the one thanking your guard," David said with a smile. He then turned to Captain Norbert and said, "Send Major General Julian off for me." Major General Julian left the interstellar spaceship under the guidance of Captain Norbert. He took the landing ship back to the flagship. Then, the entire medium-sized fleet left the route and sailed into the distance. As the medium-sized fleet left, two guiding spaceships arrived. Normal spaceships couldn't land on Planet of Origin, but this interstellar spaceship had diplomatic authority. Plus, the interstellar spaceship was a lot smaller than the Federation spaceships and had no combat power, so it was allowed to land directly. The two guiding spaceships were to prevent the interstellar spaceship from accidentally landing in the wrong place. In fact, it was more to prevent accidents. It was also a form of surveillance. David stood in front of the porthole and looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer. His eyes were filled with curiosity because he saw that they were landing in a great world of God-style castle. Duke, this is the embassy of the great world of God. Ambassador Cameron saw David's curiosity and introduced. The embassy was built in the middle of the city. It had a special charm among the many high-tech skyscrapers. The two cultures intertwined here. The interstellar spaceship landed in the plaza inside the castle. The two guiding spaceships took the initiative to leave when they approached the embassy. David and Ambassador Cameron got off the interstellar spaceship together. Everything here was in the style of the great world of God. I'll arrange your itinerary later. First, you need to register your diplomatic status. Please come with me. Ambassador Cameron requested first. The reason why he had to register his diplomatic status as soon as they landed was because without this registration, David wouldn't have diplomatic immunity. Ambassador Cameron needed to use the embassy's special equipment to submit to the Interstellar Federation government. The Interstellar Federation would then enter David's identity into the Skynet system. Only then could David confirm his diplomatic status anywhere in the Interstellar Federation by scanning his identity. Okay, but there are a lot of people spying on you. David smiled and nodded. His senses were very sensitive. As soon as he got off the interstellar spaceship, he felt many gazes on him. These gazes were all surveillance, gazes from afar. David glanced into the distance. He could confirm that there were people spying on the embassy from the many skyscrapers around the embassy. It doesn't matter. This is normal. The embassy is the only place in the entire planet of origin that can't be scanned safely. They can only use manual surveillance. Ambassador Cameron said with a smile as he led David. David scanned with his mind power and understood what Ambassador Cameron was talking about. The security pattern of this embassy was completed by a Grandmaster Alchemist. It used many kinds of isolation patterns, so the scanning signal from the outside world couldn't enter. The embassy was also a territory on planet of origin that belonged to the great world of God. The government also needed to know what was happening inside the embassy for the safety of the Interstellar Federation. As they walked through the door, the surveillance from the outside disappeared. The windows of the castle hall were made of stained glass. Other than the painted patterns, there were also patterns to prevent penetration. This made it so that the outside couldn't see inside, but the inside could receive light from outside. The overall decoration retained the unique luxury of the great world of God. The use of a large number of precious materials made the hall look magnificent. Captain Norbert and the 12 Knight were taken to rest by the staff of the embassy. David was taken to a small room next to the hall. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the small room were all covered with patterns. David found that these patterns weren't aimed at the outside, but at the inside of the room. The purpose of these patterns was to completely isolate the inside of the room from the outside world. The inside of the room couldn't detect the outside through signals. On the desk in the room, David saw a photon computer. The photon computer was connected to the ground by a cable. According to his guess, this photon computer was connected to Planet of Origin Skynet through a cable. Otherwise, with the double shielding of the embassy in this room, no signal could enter this room. This is the only room in the embassy that can access Skynet. Please be careful when you speak here, because the security level of this room is very low. Ambassador Cameron reminded him softly. David nodded. This photon computer had the ability to collect video. As long as there was a powerful enough electronic warfare specialist, everything in this room could be seen without anyone noticing. This was probably the reason why such a special room was set up to store the photon computer and connect it to Skynet. Ambassador Cameron tapped on the photon computer, and a screen appeared. On it was the entrance to the diplomatic submission. Ambassador Cameron entered David's identity information and used the equipment to scan David's body for the record. The reason it was so simple was that the great world of God needed to apply for diplomatic immunity. It was impossible for them to provide more physical information, such as blood, genes, and so on. Being able to provide the body scan data was already the biggest concession the great world of God could make. The Interstellar Federation had the appearance, body shape, and bone structure data, which was enough to prove the accuracy of the author. Okay, your diplomatic immunity will definitely be approved by today, Ambassador Cameron said after he finished. Thank you. David slightly bowed. Duke Arthur, let's leave this room quickly. Every time I come in, I feel like someone is watching me. Ambassador Cameron smiled and made an inviting gesture. David also smiled. He was sure that this room was not being watched. If it was, then the person who was watching would have to have a higher mental power than him. With his level 5 mental power, this was almost impossible. He didn't say anything and left the room with Ambassador Cameron. Ambassador Cameron personally brought David to the 3rd floor of the embassy. At the entrance of the stairs on the 3rd floor, 3 maids bowed and stood solemnly. Duke Arthur, the 3rd floor is your temporary residence in the Federation. It's very simple here, and there are only 3 maids serving you. But don't worry, these maids are all from the great world of gods, and they have never contacted the outside world. Ambassador Cameron stopped at the stairs of the 3rd floor and said to David with a bow, Duke Arthur, this is your temporary residence in the Federation. Sorry to trouble you. David bowed back. There are still 15 days until the inauguration ceremony of the Federation president. During this time, you need to complete some diplomatic visits. This is to cover up your real mission, but it is also an official diplomatic mission. Ambassador Cameron continued. David knew this. His purpose this time was to attend the inauguration ceremony of the new Federation president. He was going to attend the important ceremony of the Interstellar Federation as a reserve member of the Supreme Council of the Great World of God and an important senior official of the Great World of God. This was a diplomatic mission. Of course, only this mission had a fixed time. The rest of the visiting missions didn't require a fixed time. Ambassador Cameron's mission was to cooperate with David. Once he obtained the location of the defected knight, Ambassador Cameron had to arrange a reasonable reason for David to decline all diplomatic activities so that David would have enough time to carry out the mission. Speaking of the Interstellar Federation president, ever since David poisoned President Lewis to death, the acting president had been carrying out the president's authority until the presidential election was held a while ago. In the presidential election, the new Federation president, President Barnard, was elected. In 15 days, President Barnard would be inaugurated. For such an important event, the Interstellar Federation also sent a diplomatic note to the Great World of God, hoping that important officials of the Great World of God would attend. It was with this invitation that David came to the Interstellar Federation with a public identity. Even if the Interstellar Federation guessed that he was there to hunt down the defected knight, they couldn't refuse his diplomatic activities in the Interstellar Federation. Duke Arthur, if you want to go out, you can use the embassy's hover car. I will send the itinerary to your ID bracelet. Please check the time. You need to prepare in the embassy in advance. Ambassador Cameron finally said. David nodded. Ambassador Cameron knew that he was from Planet of Origin and was very familiar with this place. He probably thought that he was going to visit Planet of Origin and reminisce about the past. The conditions on the 3rd floor were far from simple, as Ambassador Cameron said. This place was completely built according to the standards of high-ranking nobles. Perhaps for safety reasons, there were no electrical appliances of the Interstellar Federation here. All of them were made with the pattern technology of the Great World of God. The lighting, heat preservation, toiletries, and so on were the same as the Great World of God's castle. If it weren't for the fact that he could see the tall buildings in the distance through the one-way window, he would have thought that he was still in the Great World of God. David looked at his ID bracelet. His ID bracelet couldn't connect to any signal. It was in a dormant state. Only when he left the embassy's range could he connect to Skynet and receive information. Since he had nothing to do, he woke up the invisible shadow pterosaur on his shoulder. He took out the level 3 strengthened meat to feed it and used the power of the blood to strengthen its constitution. During the voyage, David didn't have anything else to do, so he spent most of his energy on the Shadow Pterosaur. These days, the growth of the Shadow Pterosaur naturally sped up under the influence of the level 3 strengthened meat and the power of the blood. Although the Shadow Pterosaur couldn't become a flying mount, flying wasn't a problem for it. It just had to wait for its body to grow a bit more before it could become David's flying mount. Chapter 8:13. David was used to the primitive atmosphere of the great world of God. On the streets of the Interstellar Federation's planet of origin, he drove the hover car and looked at the technological streets. His heart was filled with memories. The hover car was not fast. Although the diplomatic hover car could fly to a higher altitude, he still maintained an altitude of 50 centimeters like a normal hover car. David was not here to admire the scenery today. He wanted to buy a batch of supplies. Although he had the best research desk in the Federation and could create almost any item in the Federation that he wanted, he still needed blueprints. Some equipment without blueprints, as well as all kinds of genetically modified seeds from the Federation, were David's targets. But first, he had to solve a problem. He had no credits. Of course, if he wanted, he could have the Tordo Fund send him a large amount of credits, or he could use some of the credit cards that belonged to David's identity in the Shadow Attendant Space Ring, which also had a few $100 million in pocket money. But David could not do that. His every move was being monitored, and he could not explain the origin of these credits. He did not want the Federation to suspect that he had connections with people in the Interstellar Federation. That would cause a lot of trouble. When David left the Federation as Arthur, he had already exchanged all the credits on him for divine gold coins. How could he still have credits? Ambassador Cameron did not expect David to lack Federation credits, so he did not provide him with any credits. David skillfully used his finger to search through the screen of the hover car. Soon, he found a high-end Hearts Advanced Equipment display shop on Planet of Origin. He saw the introduction of the Hearts Advanced Equipment display shop. This was a shop that displayed advanced equipment. There were many Grandmaster-made weapons and equipment, including Kajis and Transcendents. David tapped his finger lightly and reset the route. The hover car headed toward the Hearts Advanced Equipment display shop. About 100 meters behind his hover car, two black hover cars maintained a distance of 100 meters, following at a moderate pace. David naturally knew of their existence. They were the Federation's surveillance personnel. When he scanned them with his mind, he could even see that one of the surveillance personnel was holding a special communication device that could be used at any time. It was estimated that as long as they found something wrong, the surveillance personnel would send out an alarm signal. Not only that, David's lightning pattern in his soul space could clearly sense that an increased signal was tracking him. This increased signal came from the sky above his head. It seemed that the surveillance satellite was monitoring him in real time. After arriving at the Interstellar Federation, David discovered another effect of the lightning pattern. While he was riding the galactic flying ship, he entered his soul space out of boredom and discovered that the lightning pattern was flashing irregularly. At first, he thought that there was something wrong with the lightning pattern. However, after he connected his mind to it, he realized that the lightning pattern was flashing because it sensed energy fluctuations from the outside world. Of course, since the lightning pattern was mainly used for combat, it wasn't good at sensing energy fluctuations. David could only rely on the lightning pattern to sense the intensity of energy fluctuations from the outside world. After David left the embassy, the lightning pattern in his soul space kept flashing, especially the signal from the sky. David didn't care. His actual combat power had long surpassed the Interstellar Federation's limit. With such a humanoid nuclear weapon appearing on the planet of origin, it was impossible for the Federation government not to be nervous. The good thing was that the Federation government didn't want to disturb him and tried to create a peaceful space for him to move around. The hover car arrived at the entrance of Hearts Advanced Equipment Store. David jumped off the hover car, and the car drove itself to the garage. He walked into the store. As soon as he entered, David saw almost 100 pieces of equipment covered by a transparent cover. There were weapons of various grades and exoskeleton armors. They were all Kaji's equipment. "Sir, welcome to Heart's Advanced Equipment Store. What kind of equipment are you looking for? A muscular male employee walked over and asked. David didn't even use his mind. He just glanced over and knew that this was an advanced Kaji. Probably only the planet of origin would use advanced Kaji for sales. I have a magic talisman that I want to sell. Do you want to buy it? David looked around and didn't see any other employees, so he asked directly. Magic talisman? Please follow me to the second floor. I'll inform the manager to discuss it with you. The male employee paused for a moment and said. The male employee guided David while using his bracelet to contact the manager. David took the elevator to the second floor and saw a skinny old man standing outside the elevator. The old man smiled when he saw him. I'm a manager of this store, Dana. How should I address you, sir? Manager Dana asked as he invited David to the reception area. My name is Arthur, David answered while looking at the items on display on the second floor. There weren't many items on display on the second floor. There were less than 20 items, but every one of them was of high quality. There were level 3 weapons and transcendent armors. There was even a level 4 heavy sword placed in the middle of the second floor. Mr. Arthur, what do you think of our equipment? Manager Dana saw David's gaze and couldn't help but ask proudly. Not bad. David nodded. Indeed, from the perspective of the Interstellar Federation, the weapons and equipment here were really top-notch. But from David's perspective, other than the level 4 heavy sword, there was nothing else that caught his eye. Even the level 4 heavy sword seemed to be the work of a Grandmaster blacksmith. It didn't reach the level of a transcendent weapon. He gave the manager a good evaluation because he was giving face to him. Manager Dana heard David's evaluation and the gloominess on his face disappeared. He immediately put on a smile. Mr. Arthur, do you have your magic talisman with you? Can you take it out for me to take a look? Manager Dana asked again. His gaze swept across David's body and didn't find any obvious pockets. Today, David was still wearing the Interstellar Federation's uniform that he chose from the embassy's room. Wearing the Great World of God's uniform while shopping in the Interstellar Federation was too strange. This uniform didn't have pockets. Or rather, when an embassy prepared clothes for David, unless it was a special design, they wouldn't consider pockets. The embassy didn't think that a high-ranking official who stayed in an important room in the embassy would need to use pockets. Which one of them didn't use spatial items to store their items? David's hand paused for a moment, and then 2 magic talismans appeared in his hand. These were the spoils of war he obtained from Warstar. He hadn't used them yet. Now, these spoils of war were of little value. The magic talismans he made himself were many times better than these magic talismans. Now he just happened to need Federation credits. Exchanging them for credits could be considered a waste. Manager Dana's gaze froze. He clearly saw David's movements. He didn't take out any items at all. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. There was only one possibility for this method of taking out items, and that was to take them out from a spatial item. The user of a spatial item could be a transcendent or a special spatial item. It was a spatial item that an ordinary person could use as long as their mind was strong enough. Manager Dana smiled and took out the 2 magic talismans. Mr. Arthur, please wait a moment. I need to examine your magic talismans. David didn't stop Manager Dana's actions. He only smiled and said, Manager Dana, I believe you won't lie to me. At David's level, he didn't care about other people's schemes. Manager Dana's expression in front of him couldn't be hidden from him. He used this sentence to remind Manager Dana. If Manager Dana wanted to die, he couldn't blame him. Manager Dana said with a smile, Our hard advanced equipment display shop has been in business for over 100 years. Please don't worry about our credibility. I will take these 2 magic talismans to the next room for examination. He took the 2 magic talismans and walked into the next room. As soon as he entered the room, he used his identity bracelet to search for Arthur's name. Among all the transcendent recorded in the Interstellar Federation, there was no one named Arthur. This made Manager Dana feel a little relieved. He then checked the list of important people to pay attention to. There was also no Arthur's name. Manager Dana had a proud smile on his face. He entered a message on his identity bracelet with his finger and sent out the pictures of the 2 magic talismans. Manager Dana thought that perhaps Mr. Arthur thought that this was the planet of origin, so there wouldn't be any problems selling items here. However, in the eyes of people with power, as long as no one died, it was normal to have disputes in the shop. Hart's advanced equipment display shop was backed by a transcendent of the government. Arthur would definitely lose in dealing with this kind of business dispute. If it was a normal product, Manager Dana would definitely not lose his business reputation. However, what David took out were two magic talismans. These were the trump cards of a transcendent. It could be said that any transcendent would risk their lives for a magic talisman, not to mention two of them at once. This was enough for Manager Dana to pay any price. It was obvious that David had a special space item on him. This was also a priceless treasure. Manager Dana repeatedly verified that this young man named Arthur had no background and no strength. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Why do you think Duke Arthur entered the shop? Is he here to buy souvenirs? In a black hover car parked near the Hart Advanced Equipment display shop, a surveillance officer asked, "Why do you care so much? Keep your eyes open. Don't let anything happen." The leader of the surveillance team said in a deep voice. The surveillance team was ordered to keep an eye on Duke Arthur. If Duke Arthur was in any trouble, they were to report immediately and try their best to help Duke Arthur solve the problem. On the mission list, Duke Arthur's name was bright red. This was a sign of extreme danger. Considering that the target was a duke from the great world of God, the danger level might be even more dangerous than this bright red color indicated. Leader, the three hover cars stopped in front of the display shop. Another member reminded. The leader looked at the Hart Advanced Equipment display shop. Sure enough, three hover cars stopped in front of the shop. 6 muscular men got out of the cars. The moment they entered the shop, the 6 muscular men all put on exoskeleton armor. "Damn, something happened. Send out the alarm immediately," the leader said in shock and anger. The team member who had been on standby reported loudly to the communicator. On the hover transport car 2 kilometers away, there were 2 groups of Kaji from the military and a transcendent from the military. Full speed approach. Request permission to move. The transcendent ordered in a deep voice. On planet of origin, they were exposed to Skynet security monitoring. Any action of wearing exoskeleton armor or transcendent armor required Skynet's authorization. They were a military operation team. This authorization was just a formality. As soon as the hover transport car was activated, the authorization was granted. The hover transport car's engine roared. Then, the hover transport car suddenly accelerated and increased its altitude to 10 meters. It was not affected by the hover transport car's normal speed. The distance of 2 kilometers was covered in only 30 seconds. At the height of 10 meters, the hover transport car door opened. The transcendent in transcendent armor rushed out first, followed by the 12 Kaji from the military. Through their respective visual equipment, they saw the situation on the second floor of the Hart Advanced Equipment display shop. The transcendent took out a level 3 épée sword and swung at the wall, creating a huge hole in it. When David saw Manager Dana return, he could not help but smile playfully. Manager Dana's movements in the room were all clearly seen by the shadow attendant. David looked around the shop and judged the defense level of the shop. It seemed that because the shop was located on planet of origin, the decoration of the shop was mainly aesthetic. Although it used alloy structure, in David's eyes, it was no different from clay. This kind of building did not have the Interstellar Federation's energy shield, nor was it reinforced by the great world of God's defense runes. It was almost easy for him to destroy it. "Mr. Arthur, there are no problems with your 2 magic amulets. How much are you planning to sell them for?" Manager Dana asked with a smile. "Just pay according to the market price." David replied indifferently. "Then you'll have to wait for a while. I need to gather credits. You can take a look at the equipment first, especially this level 4 épée sword. This is the treasure of my shop." Manager Dana wanted to stall for time. David could not take the initiative to attack in the Interstellar Federation as a member of the great world of God. He could only follow Manager Dana's words and take a look at the equipment on the second floor. The great world of God and the Interstellar Federation had gone through a war of blood and fire before they signed a bilateral agreement. They sent ambassadors to each other and became allies. In order to prevent powerful knights from rashly using force in the Interstellar Federation, the Interstellar Federation stipulated that knights could only defend themselves when they were under threat. Chapter 814. David, who was on the second floor, moved his fingers. In his senses, there were 6 Kaji at the pinnacle downstairs. They put on the exoskeleton armor as soon as they entered the store and left Skynet surveillance. Needless to say, they were the helpers that Dana had found. He glanced at Manager Dana and smiled, revealing his white teeth. He looked like a ferocious beast that was ready to devour people. Dana was shocked. Just as he was about to say something, the 6 Kaji rushed in. "Who's causing trouble here?" the leading Kaji yelled. After he came in, he set his eyes on David. "He stole something from a store. Hurry up and catch him." Dana saw the 6 Kaji and yelled excitedly. The leading Kaji couldn't help but frown and glance at Dana. Dana didn't have a good reputation in the industry. He was called a vampire. The 6 Kaji weren't normal Kaji. They were the direct guards of Transcendent Heart. They handled some business for Transcendent Heart. Dana had used their power many times. If it wasn't for Transcendent Heart's orders, they wouldn't even want to come here. "Hand over the things in the store, and you can leave," the leading Kaji said in a deep voice. David only smiled at these people. His leisurely look was like he was sitting below the stage and watching a farce. "Hand over the special space item." "Don't think I don't know." Dana was very direct and pointed it out. According to the agreement between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God, under these circumstances, I can exercise my right to self-defense, David said in the divine language after he activated the recording function on his identity bracelet. "What are you talking about?" Dana didn't understand what David was talking about. He thought David was talking nonsense. However, the leading Kaji's expression changed greatly. Although he didn't understand what David was talking about, he could tell that it was the divine language. None of those who could use the divine language were simple. After David announced his authority, he could fight back. At this moment, he stopped and looked at the wall beside him. A large hole was cut in the wall by a green heavy sword. Then a group of soldiers rushed in. "I am Mike Larkin Transcendent from the military's Special Operations Team. Hard Advanced Equipment Store. Immediately stop all actions that threaten the safety of the Federation. Otherwise, you will be killed." Mike Larkin Transcendent rushed in between the 2 sides and announced loudly. Dana and the 6 Pete Kaji were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. "Transcendent McCracken, this is Transcendent Heart's shop." Manager Dana didn't forget to remind him. "Thank you, Dana, for your reminder. I know who to look for," David suddenly said. Mike Larkin Transcendent saluted David and said respectfully, "Honorable Duke Arthur, let us handle this. They didn't know who you were and offended you. The Federation government will give you an explanation." Mike Larkin Transcendent revealed his identity as soon as he came in. The biggest reason was that he was worried that Duke Arthur would think that they were in cahoots with the Kaji in the store and kill them all. Mike Larkin Transcendent felt that he could control the situation and let out a sigh of relief. Dana and the 6 Pete Kaji turned pale. This was a duke from the great world of God. No wonder he took out a magic talisman. No wonder he didn't panic at all when he saw the 6 Pete Kaji. "Just now, I read out the rights granted to me by the peace agreement between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. I have completed the prerequisite of self-defense," David said calmly. "Duke Arthur, please have mercy." Mike Larkin Transcendent raised his hand to stop him. Mike Larkin Transcendent obviously knew what David meant. David had read out the terms of the agreement, which meant that David could defend himself at any time. A strange sound was heard. Mike Larkin Transcendent turned around and saw the exoskeleton armors on the 6 Pete Kaji seem to be pressed by an unknown force. The Grade 2 exoskeleton armors were wrapped inwards like the filling of a bun, and the Kaji were the filling. In just 2 seconds, 6 balls appeared on the ground. Under the effect of the terrifying power, the exoskeleton armor, made of level 2 materials, was like a toy. It could not resist at all. There wasn't a trace of blood on the ground. During the compression process, the Kaji's flesh was completely sealed in the exoskeleton armors. Manager Dana was even more unbearable. After seeing the 6 soldiers killed in such a strange way, his eyes rolled back, and his heart stopped beating after a few beats. David was taking advantage of Mike Larkin Transcendent's weak ability. He couldn't see the difference between the power of blood and spirit. Mike Larkin Transcendent was at most at the peak of Grade 2. With David's Grade 5 spirit, Mike Larkin Transcendent couldn't even sense a trace of power released by David, let alone figure out how David killed the 6 Peak Kaji. The 12 Peak Kaji were terrified. They all took a few steps back and distanced themselves from David. According to the information from the military, Duke Arthur's strength was terrifying, but the scene in front of them was beyond their knowledge. David shook his head and took back the 2 magic talismans from the dead Dana store manager. Duke Arthur, you. Mike Larkin Transcendent wanted to say something, but he couldn't. David's actions were in accordance with the law. Attacking David, who had diplomatic authority, was a form of contempt to the great world of God. Mike Larkin Transcendent. If you didn't come in time, this shop would have been in ruins. David looked at Mike Larkin Transcendent and said, what he said was the truth. As a Duke of the great world of God, he was about to be arrested as a thief. Destroying the entire shop was in accordance with the law. Duke Arthur, let's end it like this. Mike Larkin Transcendent calmed down and said, according to the principle of equivalence, Heart's Advanced Equipment Exhibition Shop is going to rob my 2 magic talismans and my portal items. I only want Heart's Advanced Equipment Exhibition Shop to pay the same price, or else I will continue to pursue this matter. David said in a deep voice. David wasn't going to change places to get more credits. At this time, of course, he wanted to extort a large amount of credits. Of course, credits are not a problem. I'll contact Heart's Transcendent now. Mike Larkin Transcendent relaxed. As long as he didn't kill anyone, everything was fine. Mike Larkin Transcendent contacted Heart's Transcendent Armor. At this time, Heart's Transcendent had already arrived outside the shop. The destruction of the shop's wall immediately triggered the alarm. Heart's Transcendent happened to be nearby, so he immediately rushed over. During this process, he had been contacting Manager Dana, but there was no reply. This was the reason why Mike Larkin Transcendent couldn't contact Heart's Transcendent. Heart's Advanced Equipment Exhibition Shop had earned a lot of wealth for Heart's Transcendent. He used his connections to make friends with many Grandmaster blacksmiths and asked them to put their works in the shop. With the attraction of these Grandmaster blacksmiths' works, Heart's Advanced Equipment Exhibition Shop was one of the best choices for top-notch equipment in the entire planet of origin, and even in the Interstellar Federation. Today, after he received the pictures from Manager Dana, he immediately ordered the 6 guards Kaji to rush over. In his opinion, as long as it wasn't Transcendent or a high-ranking official of the Federation, he could suppress this matter. It wasn't the first time Heart's Transcendent had done something like this. If he didn't do it, how could he have such wealth? But then the alarm from the shop made him guess that there was an accident, so he came over personally. As soon as Transcendent Heart entered the shop, he sensed the aura on the 2nd floor. With a thought, a set of level 4 Transcendent armor appeared on his body. At the same time, a level 4 heavy sword appeared in his hand. His feet didn't touch the ground, and his body flew up the stairs to the 2nd floor. When he reached the 2nd floor, Heart's Transcendent was stunned. The scene on the 2nd floor was a little strange. Manager Dana was lying on the ground, lifeless. 6 blue balls were placed on the floor, and there were 12 Kaji from the military standing on the side, as well as Mike Larkin Transcendent he knew. He and Mike Larkin Transcendent only knew each other. One belonged to the military, while the other belonged to the government. They had only met a few times in meetings and were just acquaintances. Heart's Transcendent's gaze swept over David, and he noticed the 2 magic talismans in David's hand. Almost immediately, Heart Transcendent understood what had happened. Those familiar blue balls were his 6 Kaji guards. Anger surged in his heart. He stared at Mike Larkin Transcendent, and Transcendent power rose from the level 4 heavy sword. Mike Larkin Transcendent, why did you barge into my shop and kill my men? Heart Transcendent was very confident, and he questioned loudly. Even if his men were in the wrong, Mike Larkin Transcendent had no right to execute them, especially when Manager Dana was just a normal person. If he had committed a crime, he could be detained and sent for trial. Mike Larkin Transcendent killing the 6 Kaji guards could be attributed to the resistance of the guards, but Manager Dana's death was due to Mike Larkin Transcendent's actions. From the time he came in to observe the environment to the time he attacked Mike Larkin Transcendent, Heart Transcendent had not been able to see David's strength. Heart Transcendent couldn't be blamed. The difference in level between him and David was just too great. It was so great that he couldn't understand how strong David was. Heart Transcendent, you better calm down. I will explain it to you. Mike Larkin Transcendent advised in a deep voice. Calm down. You killed my men because of these 2 magic talismans, right? Heart Transcendent glanced at the magic talismans in David's hand and asked coldly. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and rushed towards David. Heart Transcendent obviously didn't want to attack David. He just wanted to take the 2 magic talismans in David's hand. He wasn't worried about Mike Larkin Transcendent. He was a government official and had many connections in the government. The government and the military had always been in conflict. As long as he got the 2 magic talismans in his hands, he could keep the 2 magic talismans since his men had died at the hands of Mike Larkin Transcendent. He also wanted the military to compensate for the loss of his shop. Don't. Mike Larkin Transcendent only had time to say these 2 words. He didn't expect Heart Transcendent to be so stubborn as to take the initiative to provoke David. Heart, who was wearing a rank 4 Transcendent armor, was equipped with luxurious equipment. These were all obtained through his equipment shop. When he sold top-grade equipment, he made the buyer pay a certain amount of materials of the same grade and more resources in exchange for equipment made by a Grandmaster. This was how he accumulated a full set of rank 4 equipment. Heart Transcendent also relied on this set of rank 4 equipment to stand out among the government's transcendent officials. It was only a few meters away. He could take the magic talismans and return to his original place in a breath's time. However, when Heart Transcendent came to David's side and reached out to grab David's left hand, David lightly shook his left hand and threw the 2 magic talismans into the air. David stretched out his hand. His left hand was right in front of Heart Transcendent's neck. Then he opened his left hand and grabbed Heart Transcendent's neck in his hand. The whole process was like Heart Transcendent offering his neck to David's left hand. All David needed to do was close his left hand. According to the agreement between the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God, under these circumstances, I can exercise my right to self-defense. David said again in the language of the gods. Heart Transcendent, who was very strong just a moment ago, was now like a boneless man in David's hands. He allowed David to grab his neck with one hand. He couldn't even muster the slightest bit of strength to resist. The transcendent power that Transcendental Heart was so proud of was like a mouse that had encountered a cat. It retreated into the deepest part of his body. Transcendental Heart was unable to exert any strength, and he was unable to use any of his transcendent power. You are a knight of the great world of God. Transcendent Heart understood David's language of the gods. He was powerless. David left him with the ability to speak. He didn't use any questioning words because there was no doubt about it. Only a powerful knight of the great world of God could grab Transcendent like a little chick. Duke Arthur, Transcendent Heart will definitely compensate you with credits. Mike Larkin Transcendent also understood and quickly said, Mike Larkin Transcendent, you're too late again. I've completed the prerequisite for self-defense. David turned to Mike Larkin Transcendent and said with a smile, if Heart Transcendent didn't come, David could have used the military to extort a sum of credits from Heart Transcendent. However, Heart Transcendent came knocking on his door and took the initiative to attack him. David knew the situation in the Interstellar Federation. This Transcendent was wearing level 4 armor and wielding a level 4 AP. He was definitely doing well in the Interstellar Federation. Letting this Transcendent go would only cause trouble for him. Although Heart Transcendent might not have the guts to cause trouble for him, he always had his own principles. Only a dead enemy was a good enemy. The level 4 Transcendent armor didn't seem to have any defense. With a crack, Heart Transcendent's neck was snapped. David followed his usual habit and took off Transcendent Heart's spatial bracer. Chapter 815. Mike Larkin Transcendent watched as David crushed Heart Transcendent to death with one hand. After putting away Heart Transcendent's spatial bracer, he took off Heart Transcendent's level 4 Transcendent armor and level 4 heavy sword. Duke Arthur, this isn't appropriate, is it? Mike Larkin Transcendent finally couldn't help but speak up to stop Arthur. What? Do you have a problem with me taking back my compensation? David turned to Mike Larkin Transcendent and asked, You've already taken Heart Transcendent's spatial bracer. Don't insult his corpse. Mike Larkin Transcendent advised, Ask your superiors and ask them about the value of my spatial items. I can choose not to take these 2 items, but the Interstellar Federation must send compensation of the same value to the embassy. David said in a low voice. He didn't feel any guilt about killing the people in Heart's advanced equipment display shop. If David was a normal person, then no matter how many treasures he had on him, they would have been stolen by this equipment store. Moreover, he wouldn't have been protected by the law. Although the Interstellar Federation claimed to have fair laws, there was no real fairness between a normal person and a transcendent. Mike Larkin Transcendent turned to the side and used his identity bracer to ask for instructions from his superiors. On the other side, General Francis, who was in charge of Duke Arthur's safety in the Federation, received a report from Mike Larkin Transcendent. General Francis was a high-ranking military official. For a general like this to be in charge of Duke Arthur's safety, it could be seen how much importance the Federation placed on Duke Arthur. Although some of Duke Arthur's achievements on Warstar had been spread around, the Federation had kept a secret. The military didn't want the Federation to feel unnecessarily panicked. Let Duke Arthur take anything from a scene. As long as it belongs to Heart Transcendent, don't ask about it. Also, tell Duke Arthur that we will compensate him with all of Heart Transcendent's assets. General Francis said without hesitation. Transcendent Heart was looking for death. General Francis didn't want a great world of God, who had a good relationship with the Interstellar Federation, to have a bad impression of the Interstellar Federation. Most importantly, Duke Arthur's suggestion wasn't excessive at all. General Francis knew that Duke Arthur had a set of level 5 knight armor and a level 5 light longsword in his dimensional storage. The value of these 2 pieces of level 5 equipment was less than 1% of Transcendent Heart's wealth. Since you've already been exposed, let's change to Plan B, General Francis said. Mike Larkin Transcendent deactivated his identity bracelet. Although he didn't understand why General Francis would make such an arrangement, he wouldn't disobey. Mike Larkin Transcendent turned to David and made an inviting gesture. Duke Arthur, all of Heart Transcendent's assets are at your disposal. The Federation will transfer all of the credits in Heart Transcendent's account to your identity bracelet. David smiled and put away the 2 pieces of level 4 equipment. With a wave of his hand, the level 4 heavy sword on the 2nd floor of Heart's advanced equipment display shop flew up by itself. It broke through the surrounding defense and flew into his hand. All right, you could do whatever you want with the rest. He put the 3 pieces of equipment into his spatial pendant and waved his hand. Duke Arthur, we've received orders from above. In order to prevent something like this from happening again, and to maintain the friendship between the 2 worlds, we'll protect you from now on. Mike Larkin Transcendent wouldn't care about the rest of the items here. Professionals would come and take care of them. He saluted David solemnly. The second plan was to use strict protection measures like how they treated official diplomatic visitors. They didn't do this before because Duke Arthur was still a member of the Federation a year ago. He knew the Federation very well. Secondly, Duke Arthur was too powerful. It would be difficult for anything to happen to him in the Federation. But who would have thought that Duke Arthur was a troublemaker? He had just left the Federation, and he was already in trouble. One of the Transcendent's 6 Pinnacle Kaji had been killed. Although Heart Transcendent and his 6 Pinnacle Kaji had brought this upon themselves, it was still a slap in the face to the Federation. In fact, the security of Planet of Origin wasn't a problem. It was just that there were special authorities everywhere. The people of the Federation living on Planet of Origin wouldn't provoke these special authorities. These special authorities also rarely interacted with normal people of the Federation. Then I'll have to trouble you. David didn't mind. After all, his every move in the Federation would be monitored. It was the same whether it was in the open or in the dark. It was more convenient to do it in the open. Thank you for your cooperation, Mike Larkin Transcendent said with a sigh of relief. If David didn't agree, it would have been troublesome. Fortunately, David was very cooperative and didn't have any objections. At this time, David's identity bracelet received a message. He opened the bracelet and saw that he had received 2 billion credits. I need to find a company that sells super servers. Do you want to help me? Or do I need to find it myself? David, who was in a good mood, asked with a smile. With this amount of credits, he didn't have to think about exchanging them for credits. The super server is a limited purchase item, Mike Larkin Transcendent reminded him. Mike Larkin Transcendent knew that the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation had restrictions on the purchase of items. This super server was on the list of restricted purchases. The Interstellar Federation is a legal world. According to the agreement I signed with the Interstellar Federation, I can use the technology of the Interstellar Federation. You can confirm this with your boss, David said with a smile. Just like how David used a large amount of Interstellar Federation technology on planet Gamma in the great world of God. When he left the Interstellar Federation, the agreement he signed with the Interstellar Federation allowed him to use the technology and products of the Federation at will. Mike Larkin Transcendent didn't know what was going on. He walked to the side and used his identity bracelet to contact Admiral Francis. Admiral, Duke Arthur has requested to purchase a super server. Mike Larkin Transcendent typed in his identity bracelet. Reject. He has no right to do so. Admiral Francis replied immediately. He then said, in the future, don't ask me for this kind of request that is clearly against the law. Reject it directly. Mike Larkin Transcendent seemed to have seen the angry Admiral Francis and continued to type in helplessly. Admiral, Duke Arthur said that he has an agreement with the Federation. Adjutant, immediately show me the agreement signed between Duke Arthur and the Federation. Admiral Francis didn't respond to Mike Larkin Transcendent in the office. He turned to the adjutant and ordered loudly. The adjutant quickly walked to the center of the office, opened a screen, and searched on it. With Admiral Francis' authority, he could access a lot of confidential data. All the information about Duke Arthur was on it. Dozens of pages of agreements signed between Duke Arthur and the Federation appeared on the screen. Arthur's identity used to live on the planet of origin. As a researcher, he had signed a lot of agreements. General Francis also stood up. He walked to the screen, opened the last agreement, and read the content. This was an agreement signed between the Federation's Foreign Affairs Department and Arthur. The agreement prohibited Arthur from passing on the Federation's knowledge to anyone from the great world of God. In this agreement, a compensatory agreement was added to this prohibition, allowing Arthur to use the Federation's knowledge and products. In fact, it was reasonable for the Federation's Foreign Affairs Department to sign this agreement. Arthur's identity at that time was a genius researcher. He had a lot of cutting-edge knowledge of the Federation and extremely strong research ability. Normally, this kind of talent couldn't leave the Federation, but Arthur was the heir of the great world of God. He had the noble bloodline of the great world of God and was found by the great world of God first. The Federation couldn't stop Arthur from leaving. Under such circumstances, Arthur signed an agreement with the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God at the same time to ensure that the Federation's important knowledge wouldn't be leaked. If things had gone well, Arthur would have lived a luxurious life as a noble in the great world of God. Then, he would have lived a peaceful life, and this matter would have been over. But who would have thought that Arthur would live a prosperous life in the great world of God? Not only did he become a duke, but his strength had also reached the terrifying level of a level 4 Sky Knight. Damn bureaucrats. Why did they sign such an agreement? Admiral Francis was furious when he saw this agreement. If Duke Arthur's strength was weak, this agreement wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered if the Federation violated the agreement. However, the problem was that Duke Arthur's strength was enough to crush everything. In addition, Duke Arthur's diplomatic status meant that if the Federation violated the agreement, it would escalate into a diplomatic incident. Most importantly, Duke Arthur's temper was obviously very bad. Admiral Francis couldn't imagine how a civilian researcher in the Interstellar Federation who went to the great world of God for a year would become like this. What a barbaric world, Admiral Francis muttered to himself. He blamed Duke Arthur's change on the barbaric great world of God. But in his heart, how could he not be impressed by Duke Arthur's genius? Admiral Francis turned back to his desk and ordered Mike Larkin Transcendent. Duke Arthur can buy whatever he wants. Do your best to help him. When David left the Hard Advanced Equipment display store, there were 10 military hover cars with military insignia at the entrance. Duke Arthur, please allow me to drive the hover car for you. Mike Larkin Transcendent had already put away his transcendent armor. He smiled and opened the back door for David. Thank you. David didn't refuse and sat comfortably in the back seat. 5 military hover cars were in front, while the other 5 hover cars were at the back, protecting the embassy's hover cars. It was more of a separation than a protection. David did not need protection, and they were worried that others would offend him. Even on Planet of Origin, where high officials were everywhere, a fleet of this size was extremely rare. The high officials also had to consider the influence of public opinion. Only a small number of official events would use this kind of extravagance. Naturally, there were passers-by who used their ID bracelets and prepared to take pictures. But when their ID bracelets were aimed at the hover car in the middle, a warning flashed on the bracelets. You are taking pictures of diplomatic vehicles. This is illegal. Please stop immediately. The red warning words forced the people to stop taking pictures. The fleet of cars arrived at the bustling area on a special 10-meter lane without any obstacles and descended in front of a building. David checked the location information on his ID bracelets and found that this building was owned by a company called Tianquan Data. He then checked the information of Tianquan Data. This company was the largest data equipment manufacturer on Planet of Origin. 12 military Kaji jumped down from the military hover cars in front and behind. Although they didn't wear exoskeleton armor, each of them carried an exoskeleton armor loader on their back. The military Kaji stood around the diplomatic hover car in standard tactical alert. David was very familiar with this kind of tactical alert. He had been in the federal military for a long time. Mike Larkin Transcendent got down from the diplomatic hover car first and opened the door for David. Mike Larkin Transcendent didn't feel any pressure to serve David. Normally, when a Transcendent was asked to do such a thing, even the president of the Federation rarely had a Transcendent be willing to lower himself like this. However, Mike Larkin Transcendent knew very well how powerful Duke Arthur was. The previous information he had was just data, but in front of him, Duke Arthur had casually crushed Transcendent Heart with one hand. This was a huge blow to him. In the past, he knew how big the gap between a Transcendent and a Knight was, but Mike Larkin Transcendent never knew that the gap was so big. Originally, the task of driving David could have been done by a Kaji, but Mike Larkin Transcendent took the initiative to do it. 12 military Kaji and a Transcendent escorted David into the building of Transcendent Data, which immediately attracted the attention of Transcendent Data security guards. When a military Kaji showed his ID, the security guards immediately reported to the higher-ups. In the meeting room of Transcendent Data, David sat in a chair while Mike Larkin Transcendent stood beside him. He didn't have a trace of self-awareness as a Transcendent, completely treating himself as a follower. Have you figured it out? Who is it? General Manager Cushing took the elevator and asked the secretary beside him. This kind of reception didn't require him to do it personally. The business would be handled by the businessmen, but the military had sent such support, so he had to take it seriously. Before he could figure out the situation, General Manager Cushing hurried from the general manager's office to the meeting room. The military escort is a duke from the great world of God. His name is Arthur. The secretary looked at the records in his hand and replied, "What's wrong with the military? The Duke of the great world of God has a high status, but do they understand the Federation's technology?" General Manager Cushing said with a disdainful look on his face. In the Interstellar Federation, the great world of God was the representative of barbarism, especially in the eyes of such high-tech companies. Chapter 816. However, even if he had any opinions, General Manager Cushing didn't dare to express them in person. When he entered the meeting room, his face changed into a professional smile. "Hello, I'm General Manager Cushing of Sky Creation Data." General Manager Cushing took the initiative to extend his hand and introduce himself. Mike Larkin Transcendent was a little sensitive to any initiative to contact Duke Arthur, so he stepped forward to block General Manager Cushing. He seemed to have forgotten that Duke Arthur was very familiar with the Federation and would never mistake the gesture for an attack. Of course, Mike Larkin Transcendent's current mission was to prevent the incident at Hart's Advanced Equipment Exhibition Shop from happening again, so his behavior was excusable. "General Manager Cushing, I'm Mike Larkin Transcendent of the Military Department, and this is Duke Arthur from the Great World of God. Please pay attention to etiquette," Mike Larkin Transcendent reminded him as he introduced himself. "Sorry, I was rude. May I ask why Duke Arthur is here at Sky Creation Data?" General Manager Cushing despised the great world of God's lack of etiquette and asked with a smile. "I need to buy a super server." David replied directly. "Duke Arthur, I want to ask where you're going to buy a super server. Of course, I don't want to ask about your privacy. I just want to get more information so that I can provide you with better service." General Manager Cushing was slightly stunned and asked. He thought that the Duke of the Great World of God would buy a server, but he didn't expect him to buy a super server. Even the lowest level of a super server required a room of dozens of square meters to store it. It wasn't something that ordinary people could operate, let alone the barbarians of the Great World of God. "I want to bring the super server back to the Great World of God," David replied. "Duke Arthur, you have to know that we don't install it in the Great World of God." General Manager Cushing reminded him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I don't need to install it. I need a super server that is powerful enough." David waved his hand and said. General Manager Cushing looked at Mike Larkin Transcendent. He thought that Duke Arthur didn't understand anything, but Mike Larkin Transcendent should know what a super server was. It couldn't be installed and used without a professional. However, General Manager Cushing did not know that Mike and Larkin Transcendent were not even at the kindergarten level in front of David when it came to understanding the super server. "Duke Arthur, please take a look at these super servers. There are corresponding parameters on them." Seeing that Mike and the Larkin Transcendent didn't respond, General Manager Cushing turned on the hologram in the conference room and showed the data of all the super servers. David looked at the virtual screen. To be honest, Tinchuang Data had a wide variety of super servers, and even one of the top super servers had reached the level of a top research lab. He bought the super server for the construction of the Gammy Star. Gammy Star was still in the initial stage of construction. The server was enough for the intelligence system, but as the construction of Gammy Star deepened, the more subtle and huge work would make the server unable to support it sooner or later. The server was one of the equipment that the research station could not produce. The research station lacked the core drawings and material formulas. If he didn't come to the Interstellar Federation this time, he was also prepared to transfer Gammy Star to a manual management mode when the server was not enough. However, manual management would waste a lot of time, slow down the speed of development, and require a large number of professionals. These are what David lacked. "I'll take this one." David casually selected the top super server as if he was choosing vegetables in the market. Perhaps in the eyes of General Manager Cushing and Mike and the Larkin Transcendent, his choice was random, but David's brain computing ability was not comparable to these two. David clearly understood the details of this super server with just a glance. "Duke Arthur, we have a display of this super server on the 11th floor. Please come with me to take a look." General Manager Cushing looked at the super server with a price as high as $2 billion and asked without any excitement in his heart. Although selling such a super server was enough to bring a lot of benefits to Tinchuang Data, if the super server with a price of $2 billion became a waste, then the subsequent troubles would also give Tinchuang Data a headache. If it was a server with a price of tens of millions, with Duke Arthur's identity, if it was useless, then it would be lost. However, this was a top super server with a price of 2 billion credits. General Manager Cushing did not believe that Duke Arthur would not care about such a huge amount of credits. There's a display? Okay, let's go take a look. David agreed with a smile when he heard that Tianchuang Data had a display of a top server. For an electronic warfare grandmaster, there was not much resistance to a top super server. He was as excited as if he was about to see a new toy. General Manager Cushing personally led the way, and they took the elevator to the 11th floor. During the process, General Manager Cushing saw Mike Larkin Transcendent's attitude towards Duke Arthur. He could not help but snort at him. How could a Transcendent be so lowly? Other than David's strong mind, Mike Larkin Transcendent knew nothing about General Manager Cushing's psychological activities. David would not be dissatisfied with such a small matter. In a super 200 square meter room on the 11th floor, which occupied half of the space and was 4 meters tall, were all ancillary equipment of a super server. General Manager Cushing, can you give me permission? I want to check this super server. David looked at the super server with great satisfaction and requested. Of course. General Manager Cushing pulled out a screen and operated it for a while. David skillfully clicked on the screen and wrote a small test code to verify the computing power of the super server. No wonder this super server was worth 2 billion credits. Its actual computing power could be ranked among the top in the Federation. Then, David continuously opened the detailed pages of the super server to check the real configuration of the server. General Manager Cushing was stunned by David's operation. With David's proficiency in operating the super server, even the ordinary engineers of Heaven Creation Data could not compare. General Manager Cushing was not only surprised by David's familiarity with the super server, but also because he saw a barbarian from the great world of God operating the most complicated equipment of the Interstellar Federation in front of him. This feeling made him feel very unreal. Does the great world of God also have a school to cultivate scientific and technological talents? General Manager Cushing could not help but guess. General Manager Cushing immediately overturned this idea. How could the great world of God teach this? Didn't that world only teach knights who fought savagely? General Manager Cushing, this is what I need. I want to add 4 more sets of level 1 storage components, 8 sets of level 2 storage components, and 1 set of automatic energy supply components. David nodded with satisfaction after the test. Duke Arthur, these are not a problem. We need a month to prepare them for you. The total price remains unchanged. General Manager Cushing said after thinking for a while. In fact, the price of this kind of top-notch super server could be negotiated. The price quoted by Heaven Creation Data was only a reference price. General Manager Cushing had the authority to lower the price by 100 million credits. However, General Manager Cushing was not prepared to lower the price at all. At most, he would not increase the cost of the component that David requested. Anyway, the value of those components was at most 10 million credits. As long as he thought of such a super server being sent to the great world of God, he felt very unwilling in his heart. A month? I don't have that long to wait. David shook his head and said. David was not surprised that it would take a month. For a super server of this level, the main equipment needed to be reproduced. In the absence of an order, it would not be stored in the warehouse. This was a super server that cost up to 2 billion credits. Being able to display one here made David very surprised. If there was another one in the warehouse, the pressure of the credits alone would be enough to make Heaven Creation Data struggle. In fact, the super server that David saw was reserved by another customer. After paying half of the deposit, the customer filed for bankruptcy, causing the super server to fall into the hands of Heaven Creation Data. Duke Arthur, 1 month is already the fastest production speed. Normally, a super server of this level can't leave the factory without 3 months. General Manager Cushing said helplessly, "How about this? I'll pay the full price and take this super server. Is that okay?" David glanced at the super server in the room and asked. He had just operated this super server, so he was very clear about the performance of this server. This was a very new server. "Of course, if you don't mind, you can move this super server away at any time." General Manager Cushing said very happily. This super server had pressured Heaven creation data by nearly 1 billion credits. It had always been a headache for General Manager Cushing. He did not expect to sell it at the original price today. The profit was huge. General Manager Cushing no longer felt dissatisfied with the great world of God. This was just a delivery point. He did not care about such a person's identity. I'll ask the warehouse to send the components you need. The technicians will also come over to disassemble this super server so that you can move it away. General Manager Cushing said, There's no need for the technicians. I'll disassemble it myself. David said with a smile. He did not do anything special. After turning off the power supply in order, he disassembled the complex super server at a very fast speed. As the most sophisticated equipment in the Interstellar Federation, the super server did not take convenience into consideration when it was produced. The only thing that was considered was its computing power. Many interfaces could easily damage the equipment if used improperly. Therefore, a disassembly would take at least half a day. However, General Manager Cushing saw that David only took 10 minutes to disassemble the super server. After disassembling it, David kept the super server in his space pendant. Mike Larkin Transcendent glanced at David. He did not see any space item, but he knew that it was not an ordinary space item. Space technology was also used in the Interstellar Federation. However, the only miniaturized space technology product was the Transcendent Space Wristband. However, the average space wristband was only 1 cubic meter. The more advanced space wristband was 5 cubic meters, and the best space wristband was no more than 10 cubic meters. As the space of the space item doubled, the materials consumed would increase by 100 times. 10 cubic meters was the limit of miniaturized space items in the Interstellar Federation. Space items from the great world of God. Although there were larger space items, the requirement to open them was mental talent. In the Interstellar Federation, there were even fewer space items. This super server was more than 100 cubic meters in size. Mike Larkin Transcendent compared his space wristband with Duke Arthur's space wristband. He could not help but feel uncomfortable. Of course, Mike Larkin Transcendent did not have a trace of greed. When he thought of Heart Transcendent, who was crushed by Duke Arthur with one hand, no Transcendent would be greedy for the items of a powerful existence. After the warehouse delivered the rest of the components, David used his identity wristband to pay 2 billion credits. As Sherfong scanned the super server in his spatial pendant with his mind, a smile appeared on his face. He did not feel the slightest bit of regret about the credits. These were all given to him by Transcendent Heart himself. He had obtained the super server for free this time. David chose a few more miniaturized servers from Tianchuan Data and spent another 100 million credits to replenish his stock. He did not know when he would come to the Interstellar Federation again. When he left, General Manager Cushing personally walked David out of the Tianchuan Data building. General Manager Cushing returned to his office and contacted the CEO of Tianchuan Data through his identity wristband. Such a large transaction needed to be reported to the CEO immediately. If David had not completed the transaction so quickly, he would have reported it to the CEO before the transaction was completed. CEO, the super server on the 11th floor was sold today for 2 billion credits. They gave away 10 million credits worth of components. General Manager Cushing suppressed his excitement. Very good. Who bought it? The CEO's voice was filled with satisfaction and surprise. A duke from the great world of God bought it. That duke can actually operate the super server skillfully. He is more familiar with the super server than a professional engineer. General Manager Cushing said, as if he was talking about a strange story. It's Duke Arthur. The CEO's tone was a little serious. You know Duke Arthur? General Manager Cushing asked quickly. He knew that the CEO did not care about the management of Tianchuan Data because he was a high-ranking official of the Federation government. Duke Arthur just killed a transcendent consecrator of the government and took a considerable amount of compensation. This transaction is to keep the entire company quiet. The CEO said helplessly. Duke Arthur had received 2 billion credits from Transcendent Heart, but he had used it all in his company. If the government found out about this, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Transcendent Heart's friends did not have the guts to find trouble with Duke Arthur. They would probably transfer their anger to him. Chapter 817. When David returned to the embassy, there were a large number of seeds worth 100 million in his space pendant. Mike and Larkin Transcendent accompanied him to purchase them. 10 military hover cars escorted David to the entrance of the embassy before leaving. With these military personnel accompanying him, it saved him a lot of time. Ambassador Cameron seemed to be waiting for David. When he saw David, he immediately stood up and bowed. "Duke Arthur, you're back." "Ambassador Cameron, I don't think I've delayed anything, right?" David smiled and asked. He did not receive Ambassador Cameron's schedule on his identity bracelet, but he knew what was going on. Originally, the military and the government had the intention to meet with you, but they all canceled the meeting. Ambassador Cameron said with a bitter smile. Regarding the meeting with Duke Arthur, David already had a preliminary intention before he was ready to come to the Interstellar Federation's planet of origin. However, when Ambassador Cameron contacted the military and the government today, the results he received were extremely vague, which made him very confused. After thinking about it, the only possibility was that something unexpected might have happened while Duke Arthur was away, which affected the military and the government. Therefore, Ambassador Cameron was waiting for Duke Arthur here. He wanted to know what happened so that he could come up with the appropriate countermeasures. "It's good that it's canceled. Now I have more than 10 days to myself." David smiled and waved his hand. David was born in the Interstellar Federation, so his understanding of the Interstellar Federation was no less than Ambassador Cameron's. He had just killed the government's Transcendent, so why would the government and the military arrange a meeting with him? This was also David's intention to be ruthless to buy himself some time. "Did something happen to you today?" Seeing that David did not take the initiative to speak, Ambassador Cameron did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "Today, I encountered a black shop that wanted to rob my items. I killed a Transcendent and a few Kaji." David said truthfully. Even if he didn't say anything, he believed that it wouldn't be long before his actions today would be reflected back to the embassy. After all, it was a problem between the two worlds. Ambassador Cameron looked at David and couldn't help but have a headache. He didn't know if David's visit this time was a good thing or a bad thing. It was only the first day, and something had already happened. Of course, he didn't need to continue asking. The fact that David could return under the escort of military personnel meant that David's actions didn't violate the agreement between the two worlds. "Duke Arthur, I'm afraid there is no schedule before the inauguration. You can make your own arrangements." Ambassador Cameron couldn't persuade David, so he could only say this. "I also need Ambassador Cameron's help," David said with an indifferent smile. "Please go ahead." Ambassador Cameron was stunned for a moment before replying. "Before the inauguration, no matter if the Federation has any arrangements for a meeting, help me reject them. Just say that I'm in a bad mood or some other reason. I will use these 10 days to leave Planet of Origin and search for clues all over the Federation." David said, "Duke Arthur, there are still 14 days left. Even if you use the Federation's portal, you won't be able to find many planets. You should wait for the information before you act." Ambassador Cameron heard David's words and felt a headache coming. He couldn't care less about persuading him anymore. Ambassador Cameron wasn't worried about David's safety. To be honest, the only thing that could threaten David's safety in the entire Interstellar Federation was those space superweapons. He was worried that if David couldn't come back in time, there would be a diplomatic incident. In addition to what David had done today, his work in the Federation would be even more difficult in the future. "Don't worry, I won't delay things," David promised with a smile. "I'll cover for you." Seeing that persuasion was useless, Ambassador Cameron could only nod and agree. "Thank you. I'll take my leave now." David bowed slightly and thanked him. He stood up and left the hall. Just as he walked out of the hall, and Ambassador Cameron couldn't see him anymore, he activated Lightning Body and fused it with a bolt of lightning from the lightning pattern. Then he activated Underground Sneak and disappeared from the embassy. Ambassador Cameron didn't know that David had already left. He didn't see David until dinner time. When he asked his servant to invite him, he realized that David had disappeared. Hearing this, Ambassador Cameron felt helpless and emotional. Helpless because the person sent by the great world of God wasn't reassuring at all. A year ago, Duke Arthur was an honest researcher in the Interstellar Federation. A year later, he had become an existence that would cause bloodshed wherever he went. What made him sigh was that this was the embassy of the great world of gods. It was extremely difficult to leave quietly from here. Part of the fixed resources of Planet Origin Skynet were monitoring the surroundings of the embassy, coupled with many manual surveillance. Even an ant couldn't escape the Federation's eyes from any exit of the embassy. After David left the embassy, he discovered the perverted part of lightning body. After transforming into lightning, he could use underground sneak to travel underground. But in the process of traveling, David sensed another channel that could be traveled through, which was the energy line that spread throughout the entire planet Origin. He found a node of the energy line underground. When the lightning entered the line, it was like walking on a fast lane. The shadow attendant observed the situation on the ground and determined the route forward. David's direction was the Federal High Command. Probably even the experts who designed the Federal High Command security system didn't expect that the backup energy line connected to the outside world would be a breakthrough. This time, when he entered the military zone, he didn't use space dash. He only used lightning body to pass through an energy line that extended into the military zone and easily entered. The reason why David came to the Federal High Command was because he received a piece of information. Today, David controlled two intelligence systems of the Federation. One was the Interstellar Federation Intelligence Network managed by Baron Devold, and the other was David's own current intelligence organization. Although the two intelligence systems hadn't found any information about the defectors, they provided David with a lot of important information about the Federation. Among them, there was information about Grand Marshal Andre. It was said that Grand Marshal Andre's physical condition wasn't good. Even the genetic repair cabin didn't treat him. Although Grand Marshal Andre was still in control of the military, some of the military's big shots had already made a move. For other people, this information was only about the overall situation, but in David's eyes, it was only about Grand Marshal Andre's body. Grand Marshal Andre wasn't young, and he had been on the battlefield for many years. His old age caused the old injuries that could be suppressed by his body to slowly erupt. If it was when he was in the Interstellar Federation, David didn't believe that there was any injury or illness that couldn't be treated by the genetic repair cabin. However, with the increase of his strength, his understanding of the world and his vision were different. He knew that the body's injuries weren't determined by genes alone. Once the body's origin was injured, it was almost impossible to treat. It could only be slowed down by recuperation. After hearing this information, David couldn't ignore it anymore. David walked all the way. He saw the familiar federal military's most important building, the Federal High Command. He found an energy line to enter the Federal High Command. He turned into lightning and entered the Federal High Command. The shadow attendant found Grand Marshal Andre's office first. He saw Grand Marshal Andre through the eyes of the shadow attendant. Although Marshal Andre's complexion looked good, David wasn't someone who only looked at the surface. He was someone who could see deeper into the situation. Grand Marshal Andre's physical condition wasn't good. His complexion looked good because he used makeup. It seemed that the rumors weren't false. Grand Marshal Andre was very busy. Documents flashed on the screen in front of him. After he finished dealing with a document, he rubbed his forehead tiredly. Perhaps this number one person in the military would only show this kind of expression when he was alone. David didn't directly appear in front of Grand Marshal Andre. That would be very impolite. A bolt of lightning drilled out of the wall and turned into David in a major general uniform at the corner of the corridor. Before David appeared, he had used the shadow attendant's hands to block the surveillance here. Otherwise, the moment he appeared, the alarm would have been deafening. "Hey, Adjutant Jekyll," I want to see Grand Marshal Andre. David walked more than 10 meters and arrived outside Grand Marshal Andre's office. He greeted Jekyll's adjutant, who was looking at something. He acted as casually as if he was in his own home. However, Jekyll's adjutant was shocked. Of course, there were people faster than Jekyll's adjutant. Just as David appeared, for Transcendent appeared. They held level 4 heavy swords in their hands and wore level 4 Transcendent armor. Their gazes were locked onto David. The 4 Transcendent knew that no one should come to visit Grand Marshal Andre at this time. Any visit should have a document sent to them. However, because of David's Major General uniform and his familiar face, they didn't make a move for a while. The 4 Transcendent recognized David, the Federation war god. Don't make a move. Jekyll's adjutant also reacted at this time and hurriedly waved his hand to stop them. Jekyll's adjutant casually scanned the screen in front of him and checked the information. He found that the Federal High Command didn't have any information about David's entry. He couldn't help but reveal a helpless and bitter smile. General David, please wait a moment. I'll report to the Grand Marshal. Jekyll's adjutant said as he opened the communication channel with Grand Marshal Andre. David nodded. He didn't make any moves. These 4 Transcendent were Grand Marshal Andre's guards. He didn't want to hurt them. The Grand Marshal invites you in. Jekyll's adjutant stood up and said when he saw the response on the screen. The 4 Transcendent were slightly hesitant, but they didn't stop him. However, they didn't leave either. Instead, they stood in place, ready to deal with any accidents. Jekyll's adjutant opened the door to the inner office for David and gestured for him to enter. David nodded at him to express his gratitude and then walked into the office. In the office, Grand Marshal Andre had already stood up. He looked at David, who walked in with a slight smile on his face. Major General David greets Grand Marshal Andre. David strode to the office desk and saluted the Federation loudly after standing still. Didn't you say you were going to train? How come you have the time to come here? Grand Marshal Andre returned the salute and asked in a reproachful tone. I came to see you. David put down his hand and said with a smile. Come, sit down. Grand Marshal Andre walked out of the office desk and sat on the guest sofa as he pointed at the sofa beside him. David sat down as he was told. Jekyll's adjutant walked in and served the 2 of them water before leaving the office. Other than Grand Marshal Andre, probably only Jekyll's adjutant knew what David had done in the Federation. It might be inappropriate for him to be present in the conversation between David and Grand Marshal Andre. Grand Marshal Andre, this is the dessert I brought for you. Please enjoy. David took out a bowl of heartwarming lotus seed soup with only 2 heartwarming lotus seeds and placed it in front of Grand Marshal Andre. Grand Marshal Andre sniffed the heartwarming lotus seed soup, and the smile on his face grew wider. Normally, any food that Grand Marshal Andre ate had to be inspected by his personal guards. He would never eat food of unknown origin, especially when David suddenly appeared out of nowhere. There were too many suspicious points. However, Grand Marshal Andre knew David very well. He had a very special relationship with David. David was like his most cherished junior. Most importantly, David had no chance of harming him. Anyone in this world could harm him, but David was definitely not one of them. You didn't come here just to give me this bowl of dessert, right? Grand Marshal Andre asked as he picked up the small bowl. It's just for this. Nothing else is important, David said with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre was a little surprised. He took small sips of the heartwarming lotus seed soup and savored the taste. David's mind was focused on Grand Marshal Andre's body. As he drank the heartwarming lotus seed soup, the trace of indestructible life force began to show its powerful effect. The heartwarming lotus seed soup was actually just a cover. The only thing that really worked was the indestructible life force. However, the heartwarming lotus seed soup that surpassed the level of a Grandmaster Chef was the best cover. Grand Marshal Andre finished the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Just as he was about to praise it, he felt a warm energy flowing through his body. His aging and tiredness were swept away by this warm energy. Grand Marshal Andre felt like he had returned to 20 years of his age. David, you're very thoughtful. By now, Grand Marshal Andre knew why David had come. He said with relief, "If you have any trouble, I can help you solve it." David suggested softly. Grand Marshal Andre laughed and shook his head. He knew what David meant. David had silently entered the Federal High Command and came to his office without anyone knowing. In addition, David had many assassination records. Even President Lewis of the Federation had been killed by David. One could see how good David's assassination ability was. Chapter 8:18. If Grand Marshal Andre could name his political enemies, David could help him get rid of them. As long as my body allows it, those people are just clowns. Grand Marshal Andre stood up, displaying the aura of the number one person in the military. I'm only free for this period of time. After that, I'll have to cultivate again. You won't be able to find me again. David said with a smile. David, I know what you want is different from an old man like me. You want to reach the pinnacle of personal strength. However, I'm not saying this to dishearten you. No matter how strong the transcendent of the Federation is, they can't compare to the knight of the great world of God. Today, Duke Arthur of the great world of God casually crushed the transcendent of the government. It's hard to believe, even if you see the surveillance footage. Grand Marshal Andre said after hesitating for a while. David felt very strange when he heard Grand Marshal Andre talk about his other identity. I understand. If you don't try anything, you won't know if it will work. David nodded. I know you won't listen to me even if I try to persuade you. I'll give you access to the military's intelligence so that you don't know what's going on outside. Grand Marshal Andre said with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre thought that David must have heard the news about his body when he was cultivating and rushed over. In fact, Grand Marshal Andre's body had problems a few months ago. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden within the military. However, David only heard about it today. This meant that there was something wrong with the way David obtained the intelligence. Thank you, Grand Marshal Andre. David thanked him sincerely. Then, he stood up and said, I'll be leaving first. You should also take care of yourself. Only then can you ensure that your body won't have any problems in the future. You can also ensure that your lifespan will reach the theoretical limit of the Federation's people. Hearing David's words, Grand Marshal Andre was stunned. Soon after, he understood the value of the bowl of dessert that David had given him. The average lifespan of the people of the Federation was 200 years, and the limit was 250 years. In other words, that small bowl of dessert had completely healed his injuries from many years ago and increased his lifespan by several decades. According to the Federation's research on lifespan, every injury or illness would reduce a person's lifespan. According to Grand Marshal Andre's previous situation, he wouldn't have much longer to live after he recovered from his injuries. But now, David was telling him that his lifespan could reach 250 years, which made him excited. When Grand Marshal Andre came back to his senses, he didn't see David's figure. The door was still closed. Grand Marshal Andre walked to the door and opened it. Adjutant Jekyll, has David left? Grand Marshal Andre asked Jekyll's adjutant. Jekyll's adjutant and the four transcendent who were waiting at the door were all stunned. Grand Marshal, we've been waiting outside the door the whole time. We didn't see General David. Jekyll's adjutant replied with an expression of disbelief. The four transcendent kept looking at the door of Grand Marshal Andre's office as if they were trying to find David's figure. This was too terrifying. David had disappeared right under the eyes of the four transcendent. After all, Grand Marshal Andre's office only had one exit. Although the windows of the office could be ventilated, no living thing could pass through them. Keep the news of David's visit a secret. Grand Marshal Andre shook his head and ordered. Yes, Grand Marshal. Jekyll's adjutant and the four transcendent replied in unison. Grand Marshal, your body? Jekyll's adjutant was the first to notice Grand Marshal Andre's condition. The four transcendent heard Jekyll's adjutant's words and turned to look at Grand Marshal Andre with concern. Those who were present were all Grand Marshal Andre's confidants. They all knew about Grand Marshal Andre's condition. The transcendent's senses were much stronger than Jekyll's adjutant. After paying close attention, the four Transcendent noticed that Grand Marshal Andre was different from before. "Grand Marshal, your body has recovered?" A Transcendent asked excitedly. "It's General David." Another Transcendent immediately understood and said, "Don't tell anyone about this. I want to give some people a surprise." Grand Marshal Andre said with a faint smile. David didn't walk through the door while Grand Marshal Andre was distracted by the changes in his body. Instead, he directly activated his lightning body talent and merged with a bolt of lightning from the lightning pattern. The bolt of lightning he turned into entered an energy circuit in the office and quietly left the Federal High Command. David did this to let Grand Marshal Andre know that he had a strong invasion ability. This could deter some people. Grand Marshal Andre was very good to him, but Grand Marshal Andre wasn't alone. There was a huge force behind Grand Marshal Andre. David needed Grand Marshal Andre to know that he was strong enough to threaten anyone who wanted to go against him. This would reduce the risk of him becoming enemies with Grand Marshal Andre's force. After he left the Federal High Command, he found a building's rooftop and turned on his identity bracelet. There was an additional authority on his identity bracelet. It was the authority that Grand Marshal Andre had given him to enter the military intelligence system. David entered the military intelligence system and casually browsed through the latest information. Because this was an intelligence system controlled by the highest level of the military, the contents recommended on the front page were all relatively important events. Looking at the interface of the military intelligence system, David's heart skipped a beat. He entered the information about Great World of God's defectors into the system. Unexpectedly, there were many results. After eliminating the expired information, he saw a report about a Great World of God's defectors. This report wasn't public information, but rather information from Grand Marshal Andre's private intelligence system. Grand Marshal Andre trusted David so much that he even gave this information to David. Grand Marshal Andre's prestige in the military was extremely high, but it wasn't like there weren't any other generals who were on par with him, and General Erskine was one of them. Although the report didn't explicitly state that General Erskine had a grudge with Grand Marshal Andre, it did state that General Erskine was secretly gathering experts, possibly including the Knight of the Great World of God. David looked at the word possibly used in the report, which meant that the intelligence personnel hadn't been able to confirm this either. They had only received a few clues, but couldn't confirm it. But this was enough for David to verify it. At the same time, he also understood why the Great World of God's intelligence system and the Kerr Intelligence Organization couldn't find the Great World of God's defectors. If it was a high-ranking military official who was involved, then the two intelligence organizations would have a hard time finding out. The military had the highest level of confidentiality, especially when it came to a semi-private army that worked for a certain general. From the rooftop, David used the communication circle to send an order to Baron Devold to locate General Erskine, then used the military's intelligence system to search for General Erskine's whereabouts. The reason he didn't use the Kerr Intelligence Organization's channels was because using the Shadow Intelligence System to search for General Erskine would easily alert the enemy. The biggest disadvantage of the Shadow Intelligence System was the uncertainty of the person who accepted the mission. For all he knew, as soon as David used the Shadow Intelligence System to search for General Erskine's whereabouts, someone who saw the mission would immediately report it to General Erskine. The military's intelligence system didn't show General Erskine's recent whereabouts. It was as if General Erskine's whereabouts were a mystery. Normally, such a high-ranking military official would be in the Federal High Command. However, the Federal High Command was under the control of Grand Marshal Andre. If General Erskine really didn't get along with Grand Marshal Andre, then General Erskine wouldn't appear in the Federal High Command. After 10 minutes, the communication circle in front of David flashed. He connected to the communication circle. "Your Grace, I don't have any information on General Erskine for the past month. However, General Erskine has an important base on planet Pan-Saint. A month ago, he often went there. I'll give you the latest information on General Erskine in 2 days." Baron Devold reported through the Federation's communication circle. Be careful not to alert General Erskine. Be careful, David reminded. Don't worry, Your Grace, Baron Devold replied. David also understood that the great world of God's intelligence system in the Interstellar Federation was unable to provide real-time information. Only the most important information could be transmitted in a timely manner. Other than that, ordinary information was only transmitted once a month. General Erskine's information was only an insignificant part of the huge intelligence system. After Baron Devold set it as a special part, it was as good as activated. In fact, if David wanted to obtain more accurate information on General Erskine, the best way was to ask Grand Marshal Andre. Although the military's intelligence system didn't have General Erskine's location, Grand Marshal Andre would definitely have it. However, David couldn't do that. He needed to distinguish his identity as David from that of Duke Arthur. He couldn't let anyone suspect the connection between the two. David opened his identity wristband and searched for the location of Saint Planet. He discovered that Saint Planet was in the same galaxy as Planet Crater. Saint Planet wasn't an administrative planet. It was a planet that had failed to be modified. There were many planets in the universe that had failed to be modified. During the process of modification, the planet's core contained substances that could cause death. Therefore, such planets couldn't be modified into administrative planets. If such planets could grow plants, they would be converted into farms. If they could produce minerals, they would become mining planets. Saint Planet was originally a mining planet. However, after being mined, the resources on Saint Planet had long dried up. Saint Planet had become a useless planet. If it wasn't for Baron Devold's information, no one would have believed that such a useless planet was one of General Erskine's bases. As for the accuracy of Baron Devold's information, David didn't doubt it. Perhaps the great world of God's intelligence network couldn't obtain information on defectors, but the information of an important general of the Federation wouldn't be ignored. According to the map, there was no portal from here to Saint Planet. The only way to get there was through space. At full speed, it would take 5 days to get there. David didn't have that much time to prepare. The unexpected support from the military's intelligence system allowed him to reduce the search area. He had his own plans for space travel. David didn't fly directly into the sky. He still remembered the last time he was surrounded when he left Planet Crater. Of course, he didn't fly directly because he didn't want trouble. With his strength, he didn't have to worry about being ambushed again. He activated Body of Lightning again and merged it with the lightning pattern. With his mind as the driving force, he controlled the lightning to fly into the sky. In the dark night, no matter how advanced the Interstellar Federation's technology was, they wouldn't be able to detect a lightning bolt flying against the sky. Although David was a level 4 Sky Knight, his true constitution was at the level of a level 5 Temple Knight. This allowed him to use the energy in his body to survive in space. After the lightning bolt flew out of Planet Crater's atmosphere, he didn't maintain his Body of Lightning state and return to his Duke Arthur form. What David needed to do this time could only be done as Duke Arthur. Even if he was discovered by the Federation, the most they could do was expel Duke Arthur, who had diplomatic immunity, from the Interstellar Federation. This was why the Interstellar Federation didn't trust a powerful knight with diplomatic status from the great world of God. Once a knight with diplomatic status went crazy, unless they were killed on the spot, there was no law that could punish a knight. They could only be expelled. In space, David felt the strength of his body. The pressure difference between the inside and outside of his body could easily make a person explode, but it was negligible to someone with a strong constitution. He stood in space and felt the coldness of space. He felt the loneliness of space and the pride of surpassing human limits. Looking at the entire Interstellar Federation, no one could live in the space environment without the use of life support equipment. At this moment, David knew that his choice to go to the great world of God was correct. If he stayed in the Interstellar Federation, he would be like Grand Marshal Andre at most, scheming for power. There was little hope for him to become stronger. Go! A pair of wings extended from David's back and increased his speed. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. His destination was Planet Pan Saint. Of course, David couldn't forcefully fly to planet Pansaint with the wings of the battle angel. Perhaps he would only be able to achieve this if he used the wings of the battle angel. Otherwise, his flying speed would be too slow. After leaving Planet Crater for a while, David's lightning pattern in his soul dimension could no longer sense any special energy waves. He knew that he had left the surveillance area of Planet Crater. Chapter 819. David commanded the Shadow Servant to summon the sonic steel beetle from the summoning ring on his finger. For a very long time, other than feeding the sonic steel beetle regularly and occasionally letting it out of the summoning ring to move around, David had never let it out of the summoning ring for an extended period of time. The sonic iron beetle was a transport unit of the insectoids. Its long-distance flight ability in space was even faster than a level 5 powerhouse. Because of the sonic iron beetle, David was confident that he could shorten the journey to Pansaint Planet. David connected his consciousness to the soul of the sonic iron beetle. The sonic iron beetle opened its internal space and sent out a wave of energy to David. David was then sucked into the internal space. The sonic iron beetle began to accelerate for 500 kilometers. As it continued to accelerate, the sonic iron beetle's speed became faster and faster. After reaching the 500-kilometer mark, the sonic iron beetle's speed reached its maximum. Its body broke through the void and disappeared on the spot. After that, it appeared 1,000,000 kilometers away and continued to travel between the void and the real world every 1,000,000 kilometers. The sonic iron beetle was a level 4 insectoid. It didn't have much combat power. Its strongest ability was long-distance flight. The insectoid's strongest long-distance teleportation ability was fully displayed by the sonic iron beetle. David sat in the internal space that was the size of sports field and continued to train the Umbra winged dragon. After flying for a day and a half, David saw the location on the map and ordered the sonic iron beetle to stop flying. Although the sonic iron beetle could still get closer to Pansaint Planet, David didn't want it to be discovered by anyone. He came out of the sonic iron beetle's internal space and had the Shadow Servant put the sonic iron beetle back into the summoning ring. David's energy wings extended from his back. He was still a few hundred kilometers away from the sonic iron beetle. His body turned into a shadow in the dark space. As he approached Saint Planet, he activated his Eagle Eye Talent ability. This ability was not very useful during normal times. He had the Shadow Attendant and could observe everything from 1,000 meters in the sky. However, in this kind of space environment, the Eagle Eye spell played an unimaginable role. Due to the absence of the atmosphere and obstacles, the Eagle Eye spell allowed David to observe an unimaginable distance. This also made David understand that he couldn't underestimate any ability. Perhaps some abilities didn't achieve the best effect because they weren't used in the right environment. There was a fleet in the outer space of planet Pansaint. Through Eagle Eye, David saw that the fleet was strange. The warships used by the fleet were all standard warships of the military, but these warships did not have any military markings. David himself owned a military warship and had experienced many space battles. He couldn't be wrong. Private Armed Forces. The word popped into his mind. However, David did not expect that on a planet so close to the planet of origin, there was a private fleet of more than 200 battleships hidden. If this fleet was used properly, it could threaten the safety of the planet of origin. Although there was a defensive fleet near the planet of origin, only a small number of warships were stationed closer. The rest of the fleet would need at least a few hours to reinforce the planet of origin. Of course, this did not include the Transcendent on the planet of origin. The Transcendent played a very important role in space battles. After seeing this fleet, David was even more certain that the information provided by the world of God's intelligence was true. This was definitely an important base. From activating the body of lightning talent ability to integrating the lightning in a lightning pattern in his soul space, he turned into a bolt of lightning again. This was David's most powerful concealment technique. In a vast space, A weak bolt of lightning could not be detected by scanning equipment, especially when entering the atmosphere of Saint Planet. The seemingly real bolt of lightning did not cause any friction with the atmosphere and quietly entered the planet. In space, David chose the landing site of Saint Planet. It was a man-made building complex that could be seen from space. It was also the only man-made building complex on Saint Planet. From space, this man-made building complex was not very big. However, when he got closer, he felt that it was really huge. David ignored the defensive shield here. He scanned the outside of the building complex with his mind power and found an energy line that was connected to an external scanning equipment. The bolt of lightning entered and easily entered the building complex. Through the shadow servant's eyes, he saw the situation inside the building. The first thing he saw was a fully automated production line. A robot was making a semi-finished exoskeleton armor. Exoskeleton armor was extremely complicated equipment. Other than the military's standard exoskeleton armor that could be mass-produced, the rest of the exoskeleton armor had to be made according to personal needs. The production line that David saw was producing the military's standard exoskeleton armor. It was the extremely advanced Black King Kong exoskeleton armor. To be honest, he was very knowledgeable. However, this was the first time he saw an exoskeleton armor production line. The main reason was that the production line was in the military industry. It was very confidential and was not something he could see. The shadow attendant went to another factory and found that it was another production line for the streamer exoskeleton armor. In each of the factories, there were fully automated production lines for exoskeleton armors. There were as many as 20 production lines. It made David's hair stand on end. According to Baron DeVold's information, this was one of General Erskine's bases. What was General Erskine trying to do? There were not many workers in the factory. The production line was completely automated. The surveillance and scanning equipment made the security level very high, especially through the eyes of the shadow attendant. David saw that there were life detection devices in each factory. As long as there was life in the unmanned factory, it would alert the police. Other than the factories, there was also a production base for fruits and vegetables. David soon found that something was wrong here. The scale of this vegetable and fruit production base was enough to feed over 1,000 people. However, based on his current observation, there were only over 20 people in each monitoring room in this building complex. Underground. When David thought of this, he activated his innate ability, underground stealth. He turned into a flash of lightning and dived underground. When he reached about 6 meters, he had to stop because he was blocked by a special steel wall. David did not destroy the steel wall. The shadow attendant went through the wall and entered the base. This was the real base. It was a space base built according to military standards. The shadow attendant went through the base. The base was divided into many standard military zones. In the storage zone, David found at least 10,000 exoskeleton armors. David's heart skipped a beat. He controlled the shadow attendant to come to the side of one of the exoskeleton armors and scanned it with his will. Sure enough, David roughly understood why these exoskeleton armors were produced. The military's standard exoskeleton armors had special authority. Not only the exoskeleton armors, but also the warships. Officers with high-level authority could deprive low-level authority of operating rights. In other words, neither the exoskeleton armors nor the warships could be used against high-ranking military officers. As long as the high-ranking military officer gave an order, the weapons of these rebels would be useless. To prevent this from happening, exoskeleton armors without such orders had to be created. David's exoskeleton armors were like this. The authority module solidified in the core was canceled. This kind of exoskeleton armors would not be restricted by military regulations. The shadow attendant went through several peripheral areas and came to the hall of the inner area. Here, David saw many soldiers in military uniforms. They were watching the screens in front of them and operating them from time to time. David looked at the contents of a few of the screens. They showed the real-time data of the planet of origin and the nearby areas. The details included the specific location of each warship and the range of activities of each transcendent. Now, David finally understood that he had inadvertently entered a premeditated rebellion. Then I'll help Grand Marshal Andre solve this problem, David thought to himself. He could easily sneak in and destroy this kind of military base before he went to the great world of God and became a knight. But before doing this, David needed to find his target. The shadow attendant passed through the hall. Inside was a corridor with living areas on both sides. The living areas were very luxuriously decorated. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not prepared for ordinary soldiers. David was delighted. This arrangement meant that this was the living area of the core personnel. The shadow attendant went through another wall and appeared in front of a training room. Found him. The shadow attendant sensed the familiar aura of a knight as soon as he entered the training room. In the training room, 2 level 4 Sky Knights and 6 level 3 Earth Knights were all present. They were undergoing the daily training of a knight. Apart from the powerful Temple Knights of the 5th rank, the rest of the knights had to undergo daily training if they didn't want their strength to decrease. They had to maintain their familiarity with their weapons and control of their bodies. David was surprised. He had come to find General Erskine. He didn't expect to find the target of this mission. This was a pleasant surprise. David, who was still outside, found a power line. He snuck in and entered the training room. Just as David was about to reveal himself and complete the mission, he sensed the aura of 8 transcendent outside the training room. The door to the training room was pushed open. A soldier in the uniform of a general walked in, surrounded by 8 transcendent guards. General Erskine used the etiquette of the great world of God. He bowed and spoke in the language of the gods. Honorable Monty Sky Knight, Honorable Norman Sky Knight, 6 Earth Knights, I need your help. According to our agreement, we will only act for you after we have dealt with the pursuit of the great world of God. Monty, the level 4 Sky Knight, said calmly. Even after defecting to the Interstellar Federation, Monty's pride as a level 4 Sky Knight hadn't diminished. After coming to the Interstellar Federation, he saw that everyone was extremely weak. This made him even more proud. There is indeed such an agreement. However, as long as you complete this mission for me, I will have more authority to ensure that you are not discovered. Recently, many organizations have been searching for information about you, but their efforts have all been in vain. Only a general with a higher rank than me can possibly know anything about you, and what I need to do is to replace that general. General Erskine waved his hand to increase his persuasion. Level 4 Sky Knight Monty and Level 4 Sky Knight Norman glanced at each other. They were clearly tempted. They weren't worried about fighting, especially since General Erskine was only talking about internal battles. They didn't even need to work together to be invincible in the Interstellar Federation. Has there been any news of the great world of God? Norman, the Level 4 Sky Knight, asked General Erskine. No, General Erskine replied without hesitation. This surprised David, who was watching from the sidelines. With General Erskine's power, how could he not know that he had come to the Interstellar Federation? However, David quickly realized that General Erskine probably didn't want the defected knight to know about his arrival. And that was the truth. General Erskine naturally knew that Duke Arthur had come to the Interstellar Federation and was on the planet of origin. However, General Erskine didn't treat Duke Arthur as an enemy. Instead, he planned to reveal information about these knights to Duke Arthur as soon as he was done with them. General Erskine supported the defection of these knights to achieve his own goals. After achieving his goals, he didn't care about the fate of these knights. General Erskine, who had been in a high position for a long time, was already dissatisfied with the arrogance of Monty and Norman, who were both level 4 Sky Knight. If he allowed these knights to stay by his side, who knew what would happen? Furthermore, the great world of God would definitely send knights to hunt down the defectors. When that happened, the people around these knights would be in danger. General Erskine knew that Duke Arthur was most likely the first batch of knights to hunt down the defectors. He also knew that these knights wouldn't be Duke Arthur's match. The fact that he had single-handedly defeated a level 5 insectoid wasn't a secret among the higher-ups. According to the news from the great world of God, Duke Arthur wasn't a kind person. He had killed countless people in the great world of God. For his own safety, General Erskine planned to sell off these knights after using them. Where do we move? Level 4 Sky Knight Monty looked at Level 4 Sky Knight Norman. Level 4 Sky Knight Norman nodded slightly. Level 4 Sky Knight Monty asked, Chapter 820. We'll depart in 3 days. I still need to gather troops and control the Federal High Command, General Erskine said with a smile. General Erskine didn't plan for these knights to join him. However, fate seemed to favor him and allowed him to obtain these powerful helpers before the operation. General Erskine knew how powerful a Level 4 Sky Knight was. 2 Level 4 Sky Knights were enough to destroy Grand Marshal Andre's guards. All right, we'll need a new identity, one that can be recognized by the Federation, Monty Level 4 Sky Knight said in a deep voice. Of course, not only will you get a new identity, you'll also get a huge amount of wealth as a personal reward, General Erskine said with a smile. I look forward to working with you. Monty Level 4 Sky Knight nodded. I look forward to working with you, General Erskine replied with a smile. None of the people present noticed that a figure had appeared at the door of the cultivation room. The figure was looking at the few people who were talking. Who's there? Monty Sky Knight was the strongest. He noticed David from the corner of his eyes and immediately shouted. Monty Sky Knight's Level 4 Knight armor appeared on his body. A Level 4 heavy sword also appeared in his hand. It was no wonder he had such a reaction. This was the Interstellar Federation. How could someone appear so close to them without making a sound? Norman Sky Knight also reacted. He immediately put on his armor and weapon. Just as he was about to cooperate with Monty Sky Knight and form a battle formation with the 6 Level 3 Earth Knights, he noticed that the 6 Level 3 Earth Knights weren't wearing any armor, nor were they wielding any weapons. It was as if they were frozen in place. Norman Skyrider turned to look at General Erskine, only to find that the 8 Transcendents were also as motionless as a rank 3 Earth Rider. You're Duke Arthur? What are you doing here? General Erskine cried out in shock. The only reason he was able to speak was because David hadn't used psychic shackles on him. General Erskine, you dare to harbor a traitor from the great world of God? Do you think you can escape the investigation of the great world of God? David smiled at General Erskine. Duke Arthur, no. I'm just about to report their whereabouts to you. I'll deliver them to you in 3 days. Please trust me. General Erskine hurriedly explained. Monty's Level 4 Sky Knight and Norman's Level 4 Sky Knight turned pale when they heard Duke Arthur's name. Due to their defection, they had left Warstar long ago, so they did not know about the battle between Duke Arthur and the half-body Spider Queen, but they were very familiar with Duke Arthur's name. Not only was it familiar, but it was also a deep fear. The reason they had defected was because of this terrifying, demon-like Duke. Monty's Level 4 Sky Knight Dennis family and Norman's Level 4 Sky Knight Cotton family were both destroyed by Duke Arthur's hands. Their Level 5 Temple Knight and dozens of Level 4 Sky Knight were all killed by Duke Arthur. When he heard the name Duke Arthur, the pride in Monty's Level 4 Sky Knight heart disappeared and was replaced by endless fear. Norman's Level 4 Sky Knight was not much better off. The Level 4 heavy sword in his hand swayed slightly, just like a novice knight who had just learned the art of the knight. David ignored the 2 Level 4 Sky Knight and asked in a deep voice, General Erskine, President Barnard will be inaugurated in 12 days. It seems like you are preparing to deal with Grand Marshal Andre during the inauguration ceremony. Tell me, who else is involved besides you? On the other side, Monty and Norman's Level 4 Sky Knight recovered from their shock. They knew that fear was useless. Their bodies flashed with white light as their bloodline power was fully activated. The Level 4 heavy swords in their hands shone even brighter. Kill! The 2 Level 4 Sky Knight charged towards David at the same time. The 2 Level 4 Sky Knight charged with all their strength, causing the air in the training room to become chaotic. Noisy! David waved his hand and said indifferently. 96 black spears flew out and turned into a black light, flashing a short distance in an instant. The two black spears pierced through the two-level 4 Sky Knight. The spears sent their bodies flying and impaled them on the wall behind them. The 6-level 3 Earth Knight in the room also fell to the ground after being swept by a black spear. It was the same for the 8 Transcendents. They were all killed by David. David suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand again in annoyance. The black spears on the 2-level 4 Sky Knights' bodies were retrieved. At the same time, the poison on the corpses was also retrieved by him through the plague pattern. He waved his hand, and the corpses of the 2-level 4 Sky Knight and the 6-level 3 Earth Knight's bodies were pulled to him by his mental power. Fortunately, David's reaction was fast enough. He had forgotten that these knights' bodies had to be preserved and brought back. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to prove that he had completed his mission. Admiral Erskine almost stopped breathing. He had never thought that Duke Arthur would be so powerful. 2-level 4 Sky Knight, 6-level 3 Earth Knight, 8 Federation Transcend Knights. These powerful beings were enough to sweep through the Interstellar Federation. But in front of Duke Arthur, they were as powerless as infants. Admiral Erskine didn't know that although David's actions seemed casual, in reality, this was David's most powerful means to deal with beings of the same level. No 4th-level Sky Knight could simultaneously deal with a large number of 5th-level poisonous black spears that were controlled by a 4th-level power, controlled by Grandmaster level, riding spear technique, and these black spears were launched in the form of knight battle formation. David put away all the knight corpses and looked at Admiral Erskine again, waiting for his answer. Admiral Erskine's expression changed from shock to embarrassment. He had never been reprimanded like this before. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it an interrogation. "I won't tell you," Admiral Erskine said stubbornly. With a thought, David snapped Admiral Erskine's neck. Up until the moment of his death, Admiral Erskine's face was still filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that David would be so decisive. In General Erskine's mind, the way things would develop was for him to express his stance. Then David would threaten him again. He would then reveal a little bit of the situation and then slowly reveal it bit by bit. This way, his life would be guaranteed. But David didn't follow Admiral Erskine's script. After Admiral Erskine refused to reveal any information about the participants, David took his life. Admiral Erskine had made a mistake. If David could help Grand Marshal Andre, then he would help. If he couldn't, David believed that Grand Marshal Andre would be able to handle the rest. David gave the Shadow Attendant an order to exterminate all life in this place. The Shadow Attendant was now a level 3 Earth Knight. In this place, it was invincible. Coupled with its unbeatable mobility, it was faster than David going around on a killing spree. David didn't stay idle either. He collected all the 10,000 exoskeleton armors in the warehouse, then went to the surface and dismantled the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines. The 20 exoskeleton armor production lines could completely replace the robot factory on planet Gamma in the great world of God. The modified exoskeleton armor could be controlled by an AI. Although it didn't have Kaji's combat ability, it was still much stronger than a normal robot. After David was done, the base's alarm went off. The ear-piercing sound and flashing red lights indicated that he had been discovered. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive explosions rang out. Shield energy is at 30%. Shield energy is at 30%. A mechanical warning sounded throughout the base. At this time, David was the only living person in the base. When he heard the warning, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at his lack of experience. After a year of rapid growth in the great world of God, as well as obtaining an even stronger invasion ability, he was a little too complacent and didn't take care of the base's AI system before making his move. David had indeed let his guard down. He thought that he was invincible in the Interstellar Federation, so even if there were 200 battleships outside planet Panchon, he didn't think much of it. Now that the base was under attack, it was because the AI system detected the death of the people in the base through the life detection device and automatically sent out a warning to the fleet in space. As David's body flickered, he activated the innate ability of lightning light body and fused it with the lightning pattern that he summoned from his soul space. Just as he turned into lightning, the base's energy shield was broken, and the ship's energy cannons were fired at the base on the ground. This was the first time David faced the energy cannons of a fleet head-on. After the energy shield was broken, the base could no longer withstand the energy cannons' attacks. David was flying into the sky when he was hit by one of the energy cannons. The terrifying energy swept across the lightning, causing it to flicker. This gave David a shock. He didn't dare to ignore the energy cannon's attacks anymore. Actually, with David's ability, he could easily predict the trajectory of the energy cannons and avoid them. However, he always thought that the lightning body was immune to attacks, so he didn't think about dodging. After withstanding a blast from the main energy cannon, he finally understood that his lightning body had a limit when it came to dealing with energy attacks. The lightning kept dodging the energy cannon's beams, successfully dodging them one by one. "Stop attacking," the fleet's major general ordered. The 200 battleships stopped their main cannons at the same time. The base on planet Panchang was now a deep crater. Everything in the base was vaporized. "Captain, what do we do now?" the deputy asked softly. This fleet wasn't part of the military. Now that Erskine was dead, their fate was in the hands of the fleet's major general. "I'm here to report the death of Admiral Erskine. The plan can't continue, but we've avenged Admiral Erskine's death. I believe they'll still accept us." The captain of the fleet replied in a deep voice. The fleet's major general knew a lot about the military. Since Erskine was dead, he was prepared to join another general. With his fleet, he would be able to be used wherever he went. It should be known that even though this fleet belonged to the military, they didn't have access to any modules, so they wouldn't be controlled by their superiors. These battleships were all made in secret battleship manufacturing factories, not military factories. "Huh? What's that?" A captain's voice came from the command channel. The command channel was reserved for the captains of the 200 battleships. During battle, no one would use this channel. The captain's sudden voice was a violation of military discipline. When the fleet's rear admiral heard the captain's words and was about to get angry, he saw a strange black pattern blooming in space outside the porthole. David came to the center of the 200 battleships. With his power alone, even if he controlled the 96 black spears with his mind, it wouldn't be realistic for him to take down all the battleships here. So he chose a different method. There were no civilians here. They were all private soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. Legally, this fleet could be considered a rebel force. If it wasn't for David's arrival, this fleet might have appeared on planet Origin in 10 days and started a military power struggle. David had been looking for a chance to test out his plague talent. This talent came from the god of plague, Gladstone. He touched the plague pattern in his soul dimension. Then, the plague pattern projected a projection into space. The plague pattern expanded rapidly in space and released a level 5 poison that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The range of 1,000 meters was within the range of the plague pattern. Of course, 1,000 meters was very small for a fleet of 200 battleships. However, the level 5 poison released by the plague pattern had a range of 1,000 meters with David as the center. As long as he moved, this range would continue to expand. In the 200 battleships, all the crew members were looking at this strange pattern. They didn't know where it came from. No one could see the light under the strange pattern. David's speed was extremely fast. He passed through the 200 battleships and expanded the range of the plague pattern to all the battleships. In the battleships, some of the crew members had already started to fall to the ground. Then, under the influence of the plague virus, their corpses became a breeding ground for the plague virus. In less than a minute, there was no sound in space. The battleships maintained their original positions under the effect of autopilot. Fortunately, these battleships were in a stationary state. Otherwise, without the control of all the crew members, the battleships would have lost control and collided or become ghost ships in space. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.